Oops. Had the game screen up and not starting soon. Not that it particularly matters. But hey. I'm gonna do more nonnery. I'm starting early because, well, I was ready. You know. Picking up Virtue's last reward. And sort of continuing from where we left off, which was somewhere down the middle. And there's a fly, which of course is being silly and will not go out the open window. So I realise it goes into a little trailer thing, which I don't think I've done before. Different trailer from the other one. There's some spoilers in, but not if you've played the game. Or some teasers, I guess. Why do people wet? Why did I know that? Hi Kai! It is indeed that time again. Choices you make in the future influence the past. Possibly a little loud. Hi Kai, it's going okay. It is not ridiculously hot now, so that is brilliant. We're in the director's office. It was ridiculously hot on Friday and I broke. So just to recap, we did magenta, ally, green, ally, and then hit the 2-lion lock on the password, but not lock, just we need a password. Yes, no, that was a virus. That was last Sunday. Friday I didn't stream. Friday broke me. Hi Mr. Connors. For the host. Then we went back and we did blue, ally, and we hit an end where Kay betrayed us. Then we went, right, well, we're going to continue with the allies. So we went up and did yellow, ally, blue, ally. And then we hit a lock, which was because we were like, how can we prove Alice wasn't murdered? So then we went back and did red, ally, and got the answer to the lock, which was Radical 6 causes people to commit suicide. But we then hit another lock because everyone betrayed us, and we allied in order to save Quark. And yeah, hit another lock. Hi Fuzzy! But because we'd unlocked the lock, we then went back and told Clover that Alice had killed herself because we found the diary thing, and they were like, how do you know that there was a diary journal? How do you know that page 216 is the page that I can translate? So we're going to continue down this until we hit probably another lock or another data required, and then we will go up and do the Cyan door, and then we will ally. Because there'll be only one door choice by the looks of it for that. Probably... don't know. Green? Blue? Sigma at chili peppers and can see through time. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the black lock currently here is we have 5 minutes of life left. We've just been injected with the thing. That was proof there isn't murder. That was, oops. That was Kay betrayed us. Damn you, Kay. And this is the two-headed lion, which is not the one I have the answer to that I'd remembered. I have the answer to the one-headed lion, which we haven't found yet, though that might be in here. So this is the possibly find out who Kay is path. This is the Radical 6 path, though that also has Radical 6 in. And then this is the other path with the other thing that can go wrong. And one of these is a success thing, or something gives us more infos. So we are going to have a look at this first. What is this? What is this card holder? With a cheese board? Can't say that. Okay. We have business cards. Okay, so I'm going to swap those two. Boob! Boob! Sorry. Not sorry. Not totally not sorry. Nope. K34 boob! No, hang on. Boobies! Yeah. Right, that doesn't look quite right though. You can make the card say oboe shoes. 12? I mean, we're definitely young for our age. No, immature. Immature, I think, rather than young, because, yeah. I now don't actually know what it's supposed to say aside from that's clearly a 0, 0, and those two look like 3s, but we actually might want to make it say something. Oh, book might make sense. Okay, so book 334 book. Book 334. Okay. Right. Book 334. Is it meant to like? I don't have enough information. Okay. This is the two lions. So this it's a hamburger. The lion's got 2 heads. ID and password. Yeah. Keyboard's not working. Okay. Right, yeah. Oh, it's put them back. Yeah. Oboe shoes. Okay. More clues. We'll try more clues first. How do you make oboe shoes? Because it's got to have 2 O's in the middle. It'd be oboe shoes. Actually, no, that wouldn't work anyway. Okay, we're supposed to stick something in the hole. Ooh, air. Is this the one that requires, like, the photo thing? Facial recognition. We need a key. Balloon. 20! No. How well done. We got a globe. Okay. Now we got a world map. Okay. There's a screen. Brandy. Some expensive brandy. It's I know that's why I said it. I didn't actually mean to put it on that plate. Right, there's the save. There's a door. Hello. Oh, slingshot. Short spear. It's not, it's a hologram. There's a hologram that comes out of that. Insert something. Where? Cheap brandy. Okay. Can we put the expensive? Stop trying to drink the brandy. It's a battery. That at least now. Sort of looks like an H. Wait, hang on. Now it's an H. Oh, I want it. Covered. It's locked. Ah. Right. Okay, hold on. I think the wasn't might be useful for that. Okay, so connect blue and white, purple and yellow, pink and okay, so blue and white. Hang on. Purple and yellow. Oh, what was that? Celibate. Ah! And the researcher's journal. So. Like a sieve. Alright, so the orange doesn't get connected to anything. So this needs to connect to that, so we should probably do that first. Cannibal. Ha-ha! Woohoo! You did. So there's not multi videos in here. No, there is a deer. And a file. Reindeer. Now we're going to stick that on the wall and get an E. Oh dear. Ah, I found some business card instructions. Excellent. Deer up there. Okay, H-E. So we need to find something. Oh, I wonder if the fake old brandy. Ah! The laser beams is made of parallelogram. Right. What do we got? Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Ian, Michael. Carol likes being on the left. Anne prefers to be Bob. Ellen would like to be above Anne. Sophia likes to be on the right. Kate likes to be next. Okay, so Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Ian. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a clue. Yeah, I'm not gonna brute force it. I think I solved the puzzle last time. Carol likes being on the left and prefers to be near Bob. Lola definitely doesn't like there. Ellen would like to be right above Anne. Okay. Cool. Well, she's there, which she has to be because. Okay. Sophia likes to be on the very right. Kate likes to be next to Michael. Kate is next to Michael. Different next to, maybe? No, very much not right. Try that. Aha! 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 Right, okay. Did I get Tony in one? No. No, it's fine. Now it says book 334. So I couldn't solve it because that's exactly what I had before. Except maybe the threes were the wrong way around. That could have been the difference. Yeah, that's exactly what I had before. Book 334. Oh, we've got some books. 3, 3, 4. I use the clue. Look, I really want to go in this cabinet over here, and it won't let me. Unless I put the wrong 3s in. Maybe that's the problem. You need to switch those around. Okay. Right, fine. Yep, it's completely useless. Cool. Do I have something? I have a slingshot. And a spear. We put the spear in the hole. And now we have a key. We put the spear in the hole. And we have a key. This required a key. None of our faces work. Please stop recognizing gender mismatch. Oh no! I need to go. We dress up Quark like a girl. No! I've forgotten about this bit of the game. It's like, oh yes, we clearly need to have long hair and makeup to be a girl. He's gonna use his photo. It's a picture. Yeah, it's like, how is it telling gender? From a face. It's clearly facial recognition and it knows who's in the room type thing, but yeah. Yeah, it's like long hair. It's like my hair is not long. I'm definitely not wearing makeup. Villain's secret lair. Okay. Well, I guess they knew that. Hello, Akane Kurashiki. Mini Kane. I mean, they know who's in the 9 and who would be in the pairs, and that we've played the first game. We know who Akane is. They don't know who Akane is. Well, Temioji obviously knows who Akane is. They don't know who Temioji is yet. But I guess because the other groups would have, you know, the correct gender, if they'd gone through those doors, they'd have no problem. But they'd know that Temioji would have a picture of Akane. So yeah, she's your granddaughter. You've already seen her after all. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. Looking for her for a long time. Oh, his first love. And who was Akane's first love? Oh! Oh, I wonder who Temioji could be. Got it wrong. No, not first love. That's just too much of a clue. But you take the picture out carry the picture everywhere and you talk to it. Seven, yes, clearly. Could be his daughter. No. Aww. Hopeless romantic. But how could it be Junpei? I know, right? The Nonara Games only took place a year ago. He would be the same age as Clover, more or less. I know, right? Junpei is a young man and Temioji is an old man. And Clover is still young and Alice is still young. So we're only speculating on what it's just presented us with based on the fact we played the first game. Okay, there's some heavily laden sarcasm in what we're saying, but... If we go back to when I first played this particular bit... Oh! Yeah. If you go back to the first time I played it, like, I can't remember what my reaction was, but I'm sure Kai was pissing his pants laughing at me. Malleable, feel free to drop off. We're going down this left-hand route. I know that you hadn't gone through the lock last time, so feel free to, you know, lurk or whatever. I don't want to spoil anything for you. Okay, good, 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 good. We're basically doing all the ally routes as far as we can go. That is the plan to start with. But yeah, we played the first game. We know who Akane is. We know who Akane's first love is, effectively. But then this thing doesn't match up. This is where we start to go, oh wait, hang on, what's going on? The twist in the game got you good. Yeah. Ah. Okay. But yes, you should definitely play the third game. It's shorter than this one. It's about the same length as the first one, so... It is a trip. Definitely. I think I only said one thing about the third game. Which I think is basically in the synopsis, is when it is set, but yeah. Yeah, my backlog is ridiculous, and I'm totally playing the same game again because, yeah. I have finished Omnium Files. I did stream that one. I haven't finished it on Xbox for the second time, but I played it on Steam. I played these ones on Steam, and now they're on Xbox, so, yeah. It's not about love. Okay, okay, you don't want to talk about it, we get it. Still works. Kane Kurashiki. Zero Time was too dark? Yeah. The third game was the first one you played? How would that... Doesn't even make sense if you've not played the others. I mean... I'm trying to think. I think it would be a little confusing because you wouldn't have the preset of the there have been other nonary games, etc. But I think you'd miss some of the who's who and why's who and the timey-wimey. And yeah, why the flip there is timey-wimey. Which is explained a lot in the first game. No, because I played it a while ago. This is why I'm conscious that you've not played it, so I'm not saying anything other than vague abstract. I mean, timey-wimey is in all three games. Timey-wimey. I call it timey-wimey because I watch Doctor Who. And I'm trying to... I was just trying to think, is how much would it spoil of the others? I don't know. Yeah. Kai's good. He doesn't spoil. Oh, come on. It's a nonary game. Of course it's got timey-wimey bullshit. But yeah. So I won't say any more. But yeah, that would possibly be a little confusing playing the third one first. I played the first one and loved it. The first one's still my fave. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying not to say too much on this one. Either past what we've discovered. But yeah, it's interesting to see, like, foreshadowing of things. But yeah, I mean, here be spoilers is basically, I shall try not to spoil the third. Mainly because I don't really remember much other than there's an hilarious clip that I made where you have to guess the name of something. And I was like, it was the dog! And they actually have a response for that. And it was funny. And there's a clip of that. And out of context, it probably is watchable without spoiling anything. But yeah, I really want them to bring the third one to Xbox. Is it as good as Somnium Files forklift driving? Better? Because I did that one because it was just hilarious. I don't know. I don't really remember the forklift driving particularly. Yeah, the wrong responses are ridiculous. I mean, there was the fighting combo getting the power thing to work in AI Somnium in one of the Somniums. AI Somnium is good, but geez, I was speculating loads. Like, throughout the entire game, and I don't know whether I got stuff right. I definitely enjoyed that one more than, like, Danganronpa when we got to the end of Danganronpa, and I was like, no! This isn't as good as what I'd imagined in my head! And I was quite disappointed at the end of Danganronpa. I haven't even played Danganronpa 2 yet. 3's not out on the Xbox, but I have 2 ready. Okay, fine. Whatever the third game is. Yeah, the first game and second game are on Game Pass, and I've played the first game's story. That took a while, and I had to edit my VODs because it kept on getting copyright strict. On the some of the animated scenes. And now 2's come out, and I want to play 2 to see how that goes. But yeah, and then yeah, AI Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative is not out till July in the UK, so I won't be playing that till next month. But I will be getting that. Most definitely. So yeah. And I know these are on Game Pass, but I imagine at some point I will buy these just so I own them. All of the Spike Chance Off ones I will just buy anyway. But yeah. Oh! So I have to actually watch the anime to finish the story plot. Oh. That's almost more disappointing than the end of 1. But anyway, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was going to get this helmet. I'm going to put the helmet on the head. Which gives you an L. H-E-L. And then I think you need to sit in the chair. Hi, Alkesh. You broke a finger? Oh no! Which finger? I mean, that's less important than I hope you're okay. But yeah, which finger? Because I guess it was a little finger. It would get in the way, but like index fingers would be bad. Also, how did you manage to break your finger? Oh, hang on. got flagged because of the emoji. Your right ring. Oh. Yeah, I imagine it still makes it a hassle because it's harder to hold a controller. I guess you could put the controller down and just use like one hand, but yeah. There are more important things. You burned your hand in 3 places roasting a chicken for dinner. You do realise you're not supposed to put your hand in the oven when you roast it, or were you turning it on a spit? And you accidentally roasted your hands that way. I mean, I've burnt my arm. I've scalded like the entire inside of my hand. I literally have poured boiling water over like the meaty part of my hand so many times that I'm surprised it's not actually cooked. But I've never broken anything, except maybe a toe, but they don't count because they don't bend anyway. No, I nearly dislocated my toe once. Oven gloves, or like oven like mitts type things. Hot tray was hot. Yeah. I always catch the shelf. Yeah. Yes. Slingshot. Do I actually have something to fire? Oh. Mind bullets. Okay. Here. Okay. Oh, it's the key. We're gonna fling a key. Can we not just like pop the balloon? Right, now it says HEL. Yeah, I've got several scars just like here from catching the oven tray. We're a quarter mile from the sun. Things need to be hotter in Australia. Yes. Yay. Okay, it says HEL. Awesome. And then there's that. The parallelogram. And that's still starting up. Do anything on this yet? Yeah, I think that's possibly related to something else. I really want to get in this cupboard. Why does this save meow? I don't know. I thought it was them just making a funny noise. Oh no, it's the hinges. You just gives me the huh from someone. Did we pick anything else up? Hmm. HEL, huh? Some limp pieces of destroyed balloon. Yes, the cat curse! It's been mentioned once. He said something mentioned about, but we've not been in the crew quarters yet to get the whole cat story. There's a lever! Ah, I didn't see the lever. Sit in a chair, pull the lever. You didn't do it. Oh! Help! We got a battery, finally. As a P. GLP! Right, but now we have a battery. Enter a 4-digit password. H-E-L-E. Ding! Did it. Okay. It's green. Okay. What's this? Ah, okay, now we need another password. Because we need the blue password. Ooh, hello, 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 hello. It's a tanagram! What are we supposed to make? Parallelogram, probably. How do I make a parallelogram? That's a parallelogram, right? So I need to make that, but bigger. It's the rotating that kills me. Oh, God. There was one puzzle in one game where I spent forever. And it turned out what I had to do was rotate, but I didn't realize you could rotate. I don't even remember what game it was. Ah, Nancy Drew games. You always stream when I'm just about to go to bed, so... So I haven't yet managed to catch one of your streams yet, Fuzzy, but Nancy Drew, I do... Oh, you and Kyle get on really well. In the fact that he's also streamed Nancy Drew. But yeah, we're big point and click fans here. No. I wanted to catch a stream just to say hi. But yeah, like 1 in the morning. It's like, no, sorry. I mean, mind you, Kai always streams at like when I'm working on a Friday, so you know it's equally as difficult to watch his streams. Occasionally, if I've got no meetings, I can catch some French ghosts or werewolves or whatever the godly thing was that we were watching last time. Is it werewolves in some French mansion or something? Forget. Alright. Oh, you're going through the entire series. Honestly, I loved Nancy Drew books when I was a kid. I never really got into the computer games. Because I did not have a PC. Growing up, I had like an Acorn, so I didn't have the things. What am I doing here? Yeah, the werewolf game was Nancy Drew as far as I know. You've never read one of the books? Oh, that's interesting. I grew up with them. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys. I am just failing miserably at making any shapes, and also they're not straight. I should probably just check. No, I don't want to go back into it. What I want to do. Pulse! Okay, now I have two of my streams open at the same time. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to... Still got DNA sequences. just do a very bad parallelogram to remind me which way around I'm supposed to be doing it. Thank you, Alkesh, for doing shout out. I mean, I love point and clicks. It's just I'm not words. Terrible voice acting is always good. I mean, I know I need to make that shape. Point and click rules, FMV rules, yes. I need to make this. Mostly it's just the rotating that always gives me jip. No, don't rotate the one that was already straight! Sorry, this is my concentraty face. And also, there's some kids outside being really noisy, which is fine. It just makes my concentraty face kind of hard. What the fuck am I doing here? It's like, I need to make a parallelogram. Let's do rubbish. You know what? I'm just going to go back so it resets it. Because I feel like I just... Yeah. Is this the right way? That's not right. I'm a pro gamer. I am a pro gamer. I am not really bad at making a shape into another shape. Just to be clear, pro gamer here. There we go, it's close enough. See that looks like this, right? Yeah? Yeah, see, 100% accurate. Yeah, definitely a bug. I mean, it didn't accept it because I didn't press check. But that was actually the answer. Who's the man? Okay. That puzzle was really hard. I think that was equally as hard as the stupid darts puzzle that I don't like either. What do we get? IILP. No, not... Oh. ILP! Right, we've solved it. We didn't get to use the computer thing, but that's because that is for the other end of the thing. Because we don't have the appropriate information yet. And once we've solved that, then we get the hologram in the corner, as far as I remember. But for now, let's just get the star moon. My gold files. But yeah, do like point and click, FMV, all those sort of games. Like branching narrative, visual novelty stuff. So Just really, really like this game as well. This is the first white door we've... No, it's not the first white door we've solved. So we got the information about myrmidons and gentle points in the other white door. Right, sun, moon, star. Okay. 3 different card keys. You can't open the ABs. Slingshots! Frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells. Test site mystery. The site in question was for a simulated manned mission to Mars held in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assumed to be one of the test subjects, saying the following. 6 of us are dead. Counting myself, there are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them, not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. Most evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning, the Radical 6 outbreak, and the Nevada factory facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. Termite! Blech. Have a nice trouble, have a nice tragedy, have a nice trust. Junction in astronomy. Superior inferior conjunctions. Temioji's picture. This is the photograph that Temioji was holding. The subject is a girl named Akane Kuroshiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game since the title 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. As a childhood friend of Junpei, that title's main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost looks like there's a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Don't worry if this seems a little strange. A spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit he's looking after. He must have shown up here because he'd heard what sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. Okay, well I can't see the picture thing because... Ooh, we might be able to see it this way. There's supposedly someone grinning. I can't really see someone grinning. It just looks like a tree to me. Oh, you didn't think that my solution would have worked? Oh, I think it's just any parallelogram. I was worried because some of them were still slightly wonky. Okay, star, moon. Doggy. Oh, this one just has the star cards and a key. So in this one, is everyone alive? No, Alice is dead. Alice is dead because she stabbed herself. Walk is alive and recovered in this one. So we don't want to escape on this one because somebody's already dead. Are you ready? Maha, go for it. It's just a door, it's not going to explode.
No!
What?
Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
The picture.
What was it?
The picture. Ugh, how could I forget it?
Oh yeah, we must have set it down after using the facial recognition thing.
Yeah, I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Me too.
Nah, that's fine. Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
Alright. I'll see you two later then.
Right.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
Watch them jog off towards the blue door. And then they were gone. So I should be getting back then. Ah, no worries, Kai. Sleep well. Yeah, so this one is yellow, ally, blue, ally, unlock second lock. That's the one we're in. I stepped into the warehouse to find all the other teams already there. Kay and Luna, find Clover, and Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room, slid his car through the reader. Of course. Because he gets 9 points this time. Unless he must do betray.
An ambidex gate has been opened.
In fact, if you against Dio, you just have to do
45 minutes
betray.
remain until ambidex game polling closes.
He turned to look at me. I swore I saw a flash of a smug grin.
There. Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it. You see?
Well,
I
one
can
of
be
us.
considerate.
Temioji and Quark aren't here.
Yeah, where are they?
Guess they forgot something back in the room we found. We ran back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
I hope so. While we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we'd investigated. Security, admin, and I don't know what the other one is. Unfortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything, and we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. Yeah, because all we had in the safe were the keys and the key and the cards. With that discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. Before long, 20 minutes had passed since Dio opened the door, and Temioji and Quark were nowhere in sight. Okay.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
I'll go have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Nah, I'll be fine by myself. It's not that far away.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
That's... I don't think... okay, look, I'm just going to the director's office. I'll be right back. No big deal. Right, see you guys later. I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse. I might get a big ending. Yeah, they went through the blue door rather than... Now there's motorcycles outside. Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. Okay, stop with the motorcycle. The picture's gone now. Oh, no worries, Mr. Corners. Tomioji and Quark must have been here then. Maybe that flogging up. Sorry. I've just got to and see who's drumming. Oh, no. I've got noise dampener thingy. But I can hear it. I don't know, Kai. Just give me a moment just to see what's going on outside. I seem to have gone. I don't know. It might be Oh god, yeah. The heat. Yeah. I will have the windows open if I'm streaming. If anyone can hear me, then well, tough. The movement scenes. The movement scenes? What, on the map? Yeah. Hydrate Streech. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll just drop a save while I'm here. Back in the director's office. An hour later. Must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After all, they probably went through the warehouse and out the blue door to the elevator. It's a much shorter route. On the other hand, I came to the red door, which is kind of the long way around. Looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly. Ugh, this was a huge waste of time. Shoot, might as well head back, I suppose. We packed up the map and was headed towards the door when... there was a light on where there hadn't been a light before. But yes, have a nice day, Mr. Corners. Why is that thing on? Yes, this is the hologram scene. We messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work. I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously towards it. The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched my hand out towards it slowly. Slowly.
So, you finally made it.
No, you're...
I am Zero. I was the one who brought you here. You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky. As you can see, however, this is only a recording. I will therefore be unable to directly answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
I considered taking a swing at him, but decided this was spectacularly futile and kept my bald fist at my side.
Now, where to begin? There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited. As such,
17
the
hours in.
information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen two things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites.
What?
In retrospect, I suppose that's a rather odd thing to say. I imagine you look rather bewildered right now. Perfectly understandable. The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects. I suspect it hardly seems fair. Nonetheless, this is very important. In a way, it will determine your fate. So I ask
Mind the
that you
movement too
listen
much.
carefully. Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where? No. Of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds.
Okay.
Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring?
Don't
There
remember
are
why
many
termites are
theories,
relevant.
but no one knows the truth. We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA.
Ah, that's fine.
No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate. Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing. Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it. Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty.
How is this relevant to why you've kidnapped us, dude?
Are about to catch a glimpse of it. Or have you already? Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said.
You said nothing! And there's several cupboards I never got to open.
Now, let's move on to the second topic. It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and
Good!
in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you.
Oh.
It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1. Are
Bomb
you ready?
numbered 1.
I will only say this once, so pay close attention. The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ RGJ DXR.
Got a screenshot. Also gonna put a clip in. There we go. Haha, I know what he was talking about. Bomb! Was he saying there were bombs too? We haven't done the bombs. Yeah, I clipped it. It's in a video. I don't need to write it down. I spent...
That is the last of the information this message
So-
was meant to convey.
Stop talking while I'm in my pause screen. Yeah, the last one, I remember having them in like a text file, and kept on going, right, well, these are the bomb passwords, repeat the bomb passwords in case I need the bomb passwords. But I think that... Yeah, we've got bomb password 1 as a screenshot, and I also clipped it on my stream. Because I have a mind like a sieve.
Before I go, however, I have a warning.
We haven't got any
You
bombs
cannot
yet, though.
tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here.
Well,
If you
I
do,
doubt they'd care about the
you
termites.
will be penalized immediately. I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Wait! God damn it, you can't just spout all that crap and disappear! I didn't expect to get a bomb password on this one. I found myself yelling at empty air. But it depends what order I did them last time. The hologram had disappeared. I don't know whether it's left to right or what have you. What kind of idiot does he take me for? Termites? Other dimensions? How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? Shit. I kicked it out of a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes.
I wonder if Temyoji and Quark
If
saw that
no
hologram
vote
too.
is recorded before
Not
the
that they can
deadline
tell
has
us.
passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Temyoji and Quark are on the same team or on opposite teams? Because everyone's going to ally that way anyway. I don't think we'll have a problem. Okay, we've got to get back. Not there's any point staying here. So, right, we have random information about termites and a password, which is not recorded in the files anywhere, as far as I remember. So you do actually have to remember that. So if you did not write that down, you have to replay the story segment, I guess. Because that doesn't get recorded anywhere. Would be useful if it did. But no, you have to remember the sodding thing and put it in the damn bomb. Bomb-bub. Bomb-bub. Alright, so we
Grandpa,
know there are bombs
Look,
now.
Mr. Sigma's back.
Took you long enough.
I went looking for you, you fools. Yes.
In the AB rooms.
Yes, they shrunk them and were playing in a
Yep.
tiny base in a termite mound. Yeah, got it. Perfect. Why didn't you two... Have you been waiting for me?
Yeah.
Aw.
Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Okay.
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that no matter what? Seems kind of pointless. I mean, words are cheap. Yeah, can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP. We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
You'd get to 9 whether you got 2 or 3 points. I only have 3 in this
Exactly.
strand.
That being the
Oh,
case,
God damn it.
we don't have any reason to betray you.
We got
And if
betrayed
we
last
both
time,
choose
didn't we?
ally, we both gain points.
This is an ally betray. We're going to ally this time. True, but you must have considered that I'll choose betray. That would mean you choose betray too, to protect yourself.
But that's why we're telling you we won't choose betray.
Oh, it's those two against me. Oh, well, I'm screwed. Can I
Of
trust
course.
you? Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this in both ally, everybody gets 2 points. Are you going through the door? That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5. How do I know you aren't going to just open the number 9 door and leave us in the lurch?
I can guarantee it. I can
How?
give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so.
Yeah,
I
but
swear
Quark
it.
could.
We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear
At
too.
this point, I've got no
I
reason to
promise.
trust you, but I'm still voting ally. Man, so all you've got is a promise, huh? Can I have your
When I
photo?
make a promise, I keep it.
That'll make you
Trust me.
keep your promise.
Please! You've got to trust us.
Alright, fine. We'll all be on 6, though, if I vote betray.
2 minutes remain until
Yeah.
Ambidex game
It's fine.
polling
I'm going to ally. This
closes.
is my ally. I'm allying all the allies,
We're counting on
and
you,
then
Sigma.
I'll have to betray
You
where I
gotta
have
choose
to.
ally.
And then allies.
You promised.
I didn't promise. Grandpa promised. With that, they turned and ran into the AB room second from the right. Yes, yeah, it's like you give us your precious photo and maybe Quark's hat, and then I will trust that you won't go through the door without me. Well, guess I should get moving. We're going to go in the one on the left, aren't we? So you always go in the one on the left. Hopefully there's no more dead bodies in here. Excuse me. But yeah, so start. We're a solo this time. I've forgotten that.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
Yeah, so over on the very, very left, where we're stuck behind the needing the 2-line password, also in the admin office, just adding an interest point there, we seem to have another ally betray situation, but at that point, everyone is dead, except us, and possibly Quark. We don't know. Quark went missing on the left. He went missing on the left. He was ill in the middle. God knows what will happen on the right. We haven't done any right-hand ones yet. We are going to do a right-hand one after we've reached this story end, which I'm imagining is going to be Quark and Temioji and whoever else gets 9 points buggering off and leaving us. It feels like a buggery off and leaving us one. So we're going to go over and do the crew quarters. Maybe we'll find some bombs. So that'll be the Cyan door, and then we'll ally an ally, and I don't know what will happen, but that'll be the last pure ally we can do. So yeah, that's the plan. I had a decision to make. Should I trust Quark and Temioji? I mean, they have no reason to do betray, but they do betray, and we're down to 1 point. I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP to 6, and theirs down to 6, I think. We're that much closer to 9. Still need to do 2 more rounds anyway. Choosing betray would guarantee they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. Literally 3 rounds of everyone allying, everyone has 9, no one dies, no one betrays anyone.
Please!
Betrayal seemed like the safe bet, but that's the thing, is literally, you start off with however many points you start off. 3, 5. Can't remember anyway. But if everyone just voted ally every time, then everyone would be able to get out. So these people voting betray, that just
trust us.
fliggles it off.
You've got to choose ally. You promised.
Temioji I could betray easily, but Quark. The hell was I gonna do? Yes, we finally get a solo vote.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Because we've been
9,
paired in
8, 7,
a lot of them.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're only picking ally until we have no option.
Round 3 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
And Temioji said he wasn't going to open the door, but Quark could.
In the warehouse.
Or indeed,
Thank
Kay
you
or Dio
for
or anyone
your
else is going to have 9.
participation. Ambidex gates
And they could leave. They didn't say they weren't going to
open.
leave. They didn't say they weren't going to leave. So let's see what happens. I don't trust anyone at this point. There's no reason to trust anyone with people being deaded. Kay betrayed us already,
Results
so...
from round 3 of the Ambidex game
Will this be a
will now
feature
be
ending? A
displayed.
picture ending? Picture ending
Please
would be nice.
direct your attention to the results screen.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. What? You bastards!
Points have been assigned or subtracted. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Okay, well, Alice and Phi had no. This is a pure ally. I'm doing all the allies first. Last time I put a betray in because I thought it would be a story advantage, and the story bit me in the ass. So Alice and Phi, the only thing they could vote against Dio is betray. If Dio did an ally, then I don't know why he would be stupid enough to do an ally, but Dio is always going to pick Betray. You can guarantee Dio is going to pick Betray. Luna and Clover betraying Kay is interesting. Because if they'd allied, both Clover and Kay would have enough points to go through. But why would Tenmyoji and Quark betray us? They literally said they would vote ally, please trust us. For this bit or for another bit? Another bit. Is it the bit against Phi? I'm saying that because that's possibly, yeah. Oh yeah, it was definitely Clover doing the voting. Luna would never betray Kay. But I mean, giving Luna extra points didn't really help. They knew Kay couldn't betray because there's no way he'd kill Luna. But them betraying him is just annoying. Phi has no choice but to pick Betray because she only has 1 BP. I suppose Luna really only has one choice of picking Betray. Oh, near the beginning of your playthrough. Okay, which door then? Because the beginning of the playthrough, or did you do Cyan door first? And I want to know, so yeah, let me know as well what you're talking about. If you don't want to spoil it to everyone else, yeah, just like DM me and Kai, because we've both played it before. But I am irritated. Oh, you played it on Vita. Okay, well then whisper to Kai and then Kai can let you know which door it was, I guess, maybe, or just whisper to me as well and I can be like, aha, that is the thing. 10 years ago, right. I mean, that is slightly longer ago than I played it. Mine was like, I think I played this, well, I was still on Mixer. But I'd have got my PC, so 3 years ago, maybe? Oh, that's fine, yeah, okay. Well, if anyone doesn't want to be spoiled... I'm irritated? Oh, yeah, no, I'm irritated at those two. I can be Joe and irritated. Yes, anyone that hasn't played it and doesn't want potentially mild spoilers, then, don't read the next message in the chat. But yes. Hi, Jessie. Yeah, that's a good point if you're not a mod, but yeah. Well, yes, I know. I mean, that's the thing, is if we'd voted Betray, they could easily have just voted Ally at that point, because timelines are not necessarily consistent. But Jesse, if you've got the voicey thingy up, I was thinking Lumo again on Tuesday, if you're around. Because I know you said you enjoyed that, and my brain is less fuzzy. Yep, that was Phi. Fuzzy, that was Phi. That is exactly why I'm doing an ally run. Fall Guys? What? Lumote? You want to play Fall Guys? I don't know if I want to play Fall Guys. Did my subtitles say something funny? But yeah, that's why I'm doing Ally, because last time on that one I voted Betray first and then she was really pissed off at me. Lumote's good, yes. No, I don't think I'm going to play Fall Guys. I like watching you and Scruff play it. Yeah, I know I said I was going to be interested. I think I just like watching you play it rather than playing it myself. Yeah, I think it's literally the top of the Cyan door one. I think it's... I'm fairly certain it is this choice here that I haven't got to yet. Yeah. Yeah, that threw me so badly. That threw me. Yeah. I'm fairly certain it was Cyan door first vote. If you went Cyan first. Yeah. But if that's the first thing you did, then yeah, that one would definitely. I don't know what the first one I did the first time I played it. But I do tend to like go back up, and I may have done like an ally betray switch and gone, oh, that was different. Yeah, that's the one I remember quite vividly because it was the only time I voted betray first. So yeah. Yeah, it was like, I was like, it's Alice, and Alice is going to betray us, so we have to do betray. That was why, because I think I was going down the right hand side then. Yeah. No, Jesse, I'm not saying I didn't say that I would want to play Fall Guys. I'm saying since now I've decided that maybe not. I just like watching it. I might. I don't know. But Lumot. Yeah. But yeah, no, so far we haven't made any different choices other than doors. So we haven't run into any weird timeline continuity except for this first lock. This first lock was the first one where everyone was like, wait, how do you know we picked up a diary? So, yeah. God damn you, betrayers. So now Clover, Temioji, and Quark. I wonder if this is the one where Clover and Temioji have had a chat. But also, Alice is dead, so it was Fi that voted against Dio. Of course she's going to betray. Sorry, yeah. Yeah. We have had timeline stuff. Hey, what the hell, guys? Why'd you betray me? Now I'm down to one clicking point.
I made the vote.
Grandpa.
You lied. Alright, fine. Why'd you break your promise, Temioji?
I only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door even if we got 9 points.
What? So you're not gonna leave?
Not what I said.
Yeah,
of course
Clover's...
we're going to leave.
Yeah. What?
Look, see Clover over there?
Yep. Don't tell me. Clover's gonna open the door. You two are going through it. Yeah, screwed us all.
Oh no.
I knew he was lying.
Jeez.
That bitch!
Wait.
Never trust old people.
Quark and Temioji have...
The words were barely out of her mouth when Temioji and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
I wonder if Clover knows that Temioji has a picture of Akane in his pocket.
Clover, are you really going to leave? Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Oh no, he knew
Temioji,
Clover was going to open the
Are you
door.
and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, you've basically just
So
locked
Sigma,
us in here for the rest of our
happy?
lives.
I kept my promise. Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell I'm happy. That's some shady shit, Temioji.
If you say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's got to pay for what he's done.
He?
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah. No point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
Are you gonna tell us? I mean, I know a lot of what happens, but I don't remember the specifics.
The number
Are you going to tell
9
us?
door has been opened.
It's going to hit a log.
It will remain open.
No, it's going to
for
hit an ending.
9 seconds.
Let's go. Come on,
Yeah, I don't
guys.
think Clover knows it.
Time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait! This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
Quark held something out. I looked down to see 2 pieces of folded paper.
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is. So, read it, okay?
Just go through the door, Quark. He pressed it into my hand.
See you
I
later, Mr.
don't remember the
Sigma.
jellyfish game yet. We haven't done jellyfish yet. At least I don't think. He turned and ran towards the door, Temioji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter, I didn't even try to stop them. Yeah, I'm sure when I get to it, I'll remember it. Before I could think of anything to say.
See you.
Goodbye.
I remember a lot about this. But yeah, some specifics I don't. Including what's in this letter. Enough to make
The
it
number 9
intriguing.
door has closed.
Goodbye.
This ends the nonary game.
We'd opened all the doors anyway, hadn't we?
Thank you for your participation. As the game
rest of you
is
are so
over,
rude,
all
all
doors
5.
other
Sucks.
than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
We're stuck here with Dio for the rest of our
Escape
lives.
is not possible.
Great.
Please enjoy your stay.
Please enjoy your death. Can we at least read the letter before you go ending?
Shit! They're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
Point, Fuzzy. Good point. I looked down at Quark's letter and slowly unfolded it. Yeah, we should eat Dio. There we go. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he filled both pages with writing. I began to read. Yeah, there are 6 doors. There are the other ones through the red, green, and blue ones. It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said the rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt, but somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. Chicken. I thought chicken. I guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. He couldn't figure out how to mix the formula, so he was always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I guess I was a pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat it. I guess it was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. When he found me, I was really, really, really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. A quark is a really, really small thing, and I was really, really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry though, because it turned out that I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but I didn't even get scratched. This is why it took 20 minutes for them to come back. I started walking when I was 2, and when he wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt then either. When I was 3, I got really sick. I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. I I guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Or childproofing anything. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that, and I was a pretty healthy kid. He got radical 6, so, you know. By the time I was 6, I'd started helping Grandpa out with his work. His job was to gather junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful, or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he'd explain to me what it was, and how it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually, though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theatre. The theatre came to our town once a week in a wagon. They'd show old news or movies. I went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he'd only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know that I'd been adopted until I was 7. How old is he now? One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me, he looked all over town to try and find somebody who'd take me. The kid from my block actually had a mum, and he asked her if she would take me too. I gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so hearing that someone lived with his actual mum was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did that mean he didn't want me? Well, exactly. They've got tiny fingers too. The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jerk. He was totally spoiled, and he bragged to everyone about how he had a mum. He liked to come up to me while I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." It had never bothered me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. Then one day he took me to a bar in our neighborhood. What was he doing? During the day, of course, because that makes it better. He went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with that grumpy look he has, and I thought, oh no, he's going to make me work here. But I was wrong. This is the longest story. Get to the point, kid. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and set me down on a stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually, the bartender came back over with a glass of scotch and another big glass full of something else. Root beer float. There was a thing about root beer float somewhere. As I looked closer, I realised the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realise what it was. Root beer float. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Root beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. There it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float. I still wasn't sure it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. Spiders? Seriously? He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. Why spiders? Still didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink it before the ice cream melted. I used to make them with raspberry ripple ice cream and lemonade. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. Is this really mine? He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. Yeah, I'm not going to Google Australian spider anyway. I'd never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire head feel light. I had a cream soda in Canada once. That was weird. I felt like the luckiest boy in the world. That's not an exaggeration. I really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, but what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. How much paper is that? I know that's got to be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then, I didn't care whether he'd just found me and adopted me or not. He bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother but never tasted root beer. Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. So Grandpa and I were doing pretty good. Until the fight. I was in a super bad mood that day. I'd torn one of my shoes that morning and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. He must have the tiniest writing, and he probably covered like both sides. The day was almost over and I was fed up, so I just grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I'd found to Grandpa, he frowned. He started going through each thing I'd brought back, explaining why they were all useless. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to be going for another couple of hours, at least. I got really mad and just yelled, I don't care! Then he got mad, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset and started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. I hope the letter's not another hour. After a while, I went and hid in an abandoned building, but by then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back and apologize. It had started raining pretty hard though, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. But that was just an excuse. The truth was that I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring at the gloomy grey sky. I imagined Grandpa coming out to get me. It kept raining all night and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it was time to go home. It was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. first I thought I should just ignore it and not get involved, but I went over anyway, and it was Grandpa! He was totally soaked, and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled and he opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He'd spent all night out in the rain looking for me. I felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me so long that he collapsed. It was horrible. He'd heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever god might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. He got a real bad fever and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said that if it kept up, he'd die. If he died, then I'd be all alone. There wouldn't be anyone left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Fortunately, I must have passed some of my luck on to Grandpa, because a week later, his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was also a little scared. What if he had decided he didn't want a stupid kid like me around anymore? My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up. When the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man, and that meant he was probably going to die soon. Sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I'd be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All of the things I'd worried about had been stupid and selfish. But you're like a 7-8-year-old kid, so you're allowed to be stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off, and he'd gone out into the rain to look for me. I tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. He just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide and he said, "Of course not." He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because of that he'd had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he'd lost back. That was when I decided I'd stay with him forever. Even if he said I couldn't. He still doesn't explain why they freaking betrayed me. That was an ending. Ooh, Loco Bit. Loco Bit, I love ya. Yes, all of the image endings have vagina. Yeah, I figured as much. When Kay left, it was just dead. I mean, possibly. I don't know at this point. Yes, Sigma is actually a giant, which is why you don't see pictures of him next to everyone else. Didn't explain really why he left us, though. I mean, yes, okay, he adopted a baby. He didn't have to do that. He could have just left him to die, but it doesn't make him necessarily a good man. Emoji end. And a bloop in Root Beer Veritas. So Temioji's ending. That's the picture ending. We got a picture. Finally! It only took us 18 hours and 21 minutes to get a picture. Okay. So. Still no closer to unlocking that. We've got one last pure ally run. We're picking the Cyan door. With Alice. I'm thinking I'd like to go with Alice and take the Cyan door. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, sure.
That means Quark and I are getting paired with Luna.
I don't have a problem with that. Miss Luna's nice.
That's fine with me, too. We'll take the yellow door then, right?
That means Clover and I will take the purple door with Tenmyoji.
Aw, I wanted to go with Alice.
Sorry, Clover.
Something wrong with me?
Well, no, not wrong.
Okay, what is it then?
Well, you're really gonna make me say it? You're old.
What? Well, I'll have you know, I'm as spry as I was when I was 20.
10 seconds
Keep
remain
thinking that.
until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7.
We don't have time for this. Run! We need to go.
You're
I
getting
must
an
have
earful
done
later, young
another
lady.
ending
Yeah,
before I did
whatever.
the Cyan because I went, well, Alice betrayed them last time. Therefore,
1.
Alice will betray us. That was my
0.
logic, I think. But we're going to ally this time.
Chromatic
So.
doors closing.
But I was sure it was actually against Fire as a solo that the problem was. When we had a comment on it. But anyway, it's fine. We're going to ally all the way, and then we're going to go back and fill in some gaps. By selectively betraying. Is this just a hallway?
The door said crew quarters? People probably stayed here.
There are numbers on each of the doors.
We get the cat book.
So they're room 1, room 2, room 3, etc.
They could have just said rooms 1 to 4. I guess I was stuck by opening one of them. Schrodinger's cat. And a locker.
Looks like we were right. This place really says someone lives here.
No worries, have you solved the
Yep.
crew quarters?
But who would be spending the night in a place like this?
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. Oh yeah, there's a bed and everything.
It looks too plain to be a guest room.
Yeah, feel free to duck
This
out
room
whenever it
probably
is we
belonged
catch
to
up
a
with where you
laborer
are.
or
I'll
some
bring
kind
up
of
the
blue-collar worker.
flowchart every
Guess
so
this is
often.
where the people who worked here stayed.
But this one, I believe, might be where we explain why we have a code for a bomb that we haven't found any bombs. So, yeah, but what were they working on?
Beats me. Why would I know that anyway? I don't know what this place is any more than you do. Your guess is as good as mine.
Sorry, you want to
Do you think it might be a coal mine? Or maybe they're drilling for oil or something.
I don't know about that.
What do you think this hole leads to?
You want to go have a look?
No luck. Looks like it's locked.
No getting out of the hallway until we can unlock it then, I guess.
Looks that way.
Sorry, I'm just contemplating dinner. Alright, let's split up and have a look at these cabins. Zero told us that there are key cards we can use to open the AB rooms. Maybe there's one hidden here. So aside from everyone dying in room 2, we haven't really done much in the crew quarters. But anyway, with a nod, Vi and Alice both moved off to start looking. Vi headed to room 4 and Alice went to room 2. No, Alice, don't go in 2! It's deadly! Oh, 3 has padlocks. Padlocks? Handcuffs. Sneak away out. You accidentally skipped part of a puzzle in this room. I mean, you can do that. Fine. Oh, that's not good. I can't connect to anything. Who is this? Hey, Alice. Sigma. Yeah, I'm calling from room 1. Wait a minute. What's wrong? There's something on the display. It says 25 asterisk asterisk. Okay, think it's a clue? Okay. Yes, I know there are a few gimmicky numbers. There's no phone number associated with this button. It's weird. I'm gonna call room 3. $25 asterisk asterisk. Agricola 9020 592 asterisk. Agricola. I can't remember how you find the gimmicky numbers, but let's try the number it's given us first. This is room 3. No tape has been inserted. The answering machine will not function. What does that mean? Where should I call next? Okay. That calls. So if we put a tape in. Okay, can't get the lid open. Hello. Okay, where's the safe? Let's look at the cat book first. Oh, hello, we've got some symbols. Triangle, a leaf thing? It looks like a shield, or a rhomboid. The triangle, what's the thing on the right? It's like a chevron. Or the silhouette of a fox, apparently. A book on the desk. Let me see here. It's called. How the hell do I pronounce that? Ah, one is pie. Okay. Schrodinger's cat. The kitty on the cover. Isn't that just precious? Whoops, there it goes. Dog can't help talking like a cat when I talk about a cow. Let's see what's in here. It looks like all sorts of sciencey stuff. I've no idea what any of this means. I think it's part of a puzzle, so I'm just going to leave it here. Okay, there's a drawer with glass. Right. Yep, okay. $3.146 if we're rounding up. You can't just do 3.14. It's 3.1457 as far as I remember the first digits of pi. Bed. Ah, yes. It's a bed with a human. Left knee. Look at the locker. It's locked. Keyhole. And some stuff. It's a locker. It's locked! Damn it, it won't open. Well, yes. Yep, well. 3.141. Ah, yes, it's 3.14157. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that next time I go in. Okay. Though there was a phone in here, I could try that. Okay. Well, we can't apparently use that there. Oh, hello. Stop trying to break the door. 4-digit code. Okay. No idea what I entered, so there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know what it could be, so. I know how you use it, I just don't know what the code is. Hello? She just left it there. And this one also has a drawer and some markings. Okay, we've got left knee, right elbow, left knee, left forearm. Okay. Right, let's go back into room 1 where we'll actually remember pi. What other 4-digit codes could we put in? 3.14157. There we go. The first examples appeared sometime around 9,500 BC, time known as the Egyptian Neolithic period or the New Stone Age, when stone tools shaped by polishing or grinding were becoming common. Euler, the mathematician. Often they took the form of galettes, with honey concealed inside of a wrapping created from ground oats, wheats and rye. Or stop. Okay. Like, no, it didn't work. 1345 didn't work, so we haven't come across any of the 4-digit codes yet. Let's go in the other room that guy is in. Ah, this is the poster. Hello. Is anything? Not really. Okay. Alright, left knee, left forearm, right ankle. Do a bit of a key. Now we have a small key. Because we haven't got anything out of the locker yet. Oh, we need a coin. We don't have a coin. I mean, we could try. What was it? 2. Five, 2, 8, 2528, 2529. 2592. Right. Okay. We've got a key. The key is in the handcuffs. Yes! There we go. Right. What's it? Box cutter. Well, that's dangerous. Upper right arm. So left forearm, upper right, left knee, right ankle. Oh, that one's open. Cut out the important parts. Nope. Ah, locker. Okay. Okay, so circle, star, diamond, triangle. Don't know what it means, but there we go. Let's go put the other sheets in the other rooms. Close, but no cigar. 4985. Okay. 4, 9, 8, 5. Let's try that on the phone as well. Cassette tape. Oh. Hoping to get a coin. Three, 4, 7, 2. The other locker needs a key, so. What the hell? What's on your coin? A toy coin. That's fine, we needed a coin for the postman. Okay. 618. Okay, we had to. Stop. I have indeed. Oops. Yep, that's my wonderful drawing skills. Let's go try some numbers in the phone. Three, 4, 7, 2. Fine. Didn't think they'd work. Okay. So we've got 1, 6, 8. Triangle's the other way around, so it could be 6. No, we need the key first, okay. So which bit of the puzzle did you skip, Malleable? I'm curious. Oh, with the message on the answer phone. Ba 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 ba. Congratulations! Voice. Looks like you found the answer. The number you entered is a number for the phone in the third room. The buttons here on the top of the phone are just shortcuts. That means all the other phones have actual numbers too. I guess that's not really important. Anyway, you're calling room 3 right now. Room 3. And that means, since you're so clever, I'm sure you've figured it out by now. But yes, you're right. I'm speaking to you from a pre-recorded tape. So you can grasp me all the questions you like, but I won't be able to answer them. I'm afraid this little talk is going to be a little one-sided. And again, it's going to be a very little talk because I only have one thing to tell you. Have a look at the left screen above the phone. The answer you're looking for is hidden there. What answer you ask? Well, I can't help you with that one. Bye. Have a nice trace. Left 2, 6, 5, 2. Did you not ring it? Did you just figure out the reflection thing? There's a pin. open the door. Okay, so 1686 potentially. When no 689. No 1986. Ah, interesting. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, the triangle was upside down. The star was upside down as well as the triangle. Okay, so that's another code. I need the blue code. I never actually picked up anything in this particular. Okay, well, I've tried all the numbers that I have. Like a bit of cat sitting I can't remember where you get the blue code from, so just having another explore. Bringing the numbers. No good. I guess it won't open. Just gonna see if there are any other numbers you can put in the phone. I mean, let's try our old favorite. Boop. Okay. Go. That's upside down. Gosh, he is illegible. Okay. Okay, and then there's apparently someone called Jenny. Hello, can I help you? Put your number on the wall. Okay. Okay, we got pie. Ew. Thank you for volunteering to join the Axis test group. Please indicate whether you prefer mental or physical test battery. Warning, mental tests carry a small risk of death. Okay. Good old 6969. Ready for the time of your life, sweetheart? Only $24.95 a minute. Okay, right. Don't blame Sigma for Princess of Steep. I mean, sure. Okay, so... So what was it? 19... Hang on, it's probably going to be a 0 on it. So 1986. One 689. Maybe I need to turn it round. 9, 8, 6, 1. There we go. I was like, there's got to be something with upside down numbers. We're not going to get anyone else, we're just going to do this. Star, sun, star. Brute force it? Trying 3 combinations is not brute forcing it. There's always a secret for the secret, and it's always related to the original. What do we get from this one? Alright. Primary chromatic door. Boring. Secondary chromatic door. Boring. EU. Erotic units. What? Grandpa videos. Sigma's cat problem. There we go. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behaviour seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called the Cat Mansion. He always loves cats, so every day he would visit the Cat Mansion and give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realised that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had been given them this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said, you can never tell anyone about your gift. If you do, you'll be cursed. But young Sigma was so happy with his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it. So the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterwards, felt the curse was a little too harsh, and lessened it, so that he would only talk in cat puns when he talked about cats. And they lived happily ever after. Well, it's just a reflection, isn't it, in the mirror? Eight 309 is Jenny, and 6969 is funny. I mean, the answer was 1986. 1986. So you turn that upside down and reflect it like you did in the mirror. Oh! Supposed to use beds and the room numbers? Okay. I've never done that. I always just flip it upside down. I didn't know you were supposed to use the beds and the room numbers. Alright, Sun Sun Moon. So apparently you're supposed to use the beds and the room numbers to figure that one out. Yeah. I've never done that. Okay. Whoops. Two cards, a key, a map, and a note about the rules. Oh, it's a book about cats. But do we have time for that right meow? Sorry. Sort of, I guess you could call it a tick. I've had it since I was young. I wish I was just kitten, but I can't control it. It's not dangerous though, you're perfectly fine. Schrodinger's cat. For real? Do you know what it is too? Hey, Schrodinger's cat. Quantum physics. Erwin Rudolf Josef Alexander Schrödinger. Yes, because everyone remembers that name. Well, yes, I learned something new about a puzzle. But hey, you didn't do the answer phone message properly, so... yeah. No, I've always just reflected that one. When I did it the first time, I just reflected it. Because I figured reflecting it in the mirror is what it did for the phone code. We made our way down the hallway, and at the end waiting for us was everybody else. It's like the gang's all here.
Nothing's up. We left our room, headed left.
And ended up here.
Sigma, let me see that map you found earlier.
Alright. Oh, no matter which door we took, all of them led back here.
That's the same as the map we found in the lounge.
Right, so this is the final pure ally route. I'm not sure whether we're going to get down the whole of it today.
Oh, we found something like that too. Our room was an infirmary.
Maybe we should sit down for a bit and exchange information.
No. There's plenty of time for that after we check out this elevator.
Oh, did I miss a texty bit?
What the?
Ah, we found ours in the crew quarters.
Oh, this is just like the other floor.
These doors have colors on them too. The one on the left is green. The one in the middle is blue. And the one on the right is red.
Are these chromatic doors? Look, there's a box here. It looked like the ones we saw earlier.
Ah, lock. Yeah, won't budge.
Yeah, just like the other doors. No good trying to force it open, I suppose.
Is something wrong, Alice? You've been staring at your bracelet.
Oh, no, I'm fine. But it looks like my guess was right. The numbers have changed.
Numbers? Oh yeah, the time left. 2 hours and change.
Ah, for fuck's sake. You telling me we're gonna have to just sit around here for another 2 hours?
No. Looks like we don't have a choice then. We gotta head back. Clover, how about you show him that note we found?
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Huh? Was it something about supplementary rules? 'Cause we found a note just like that. It was in the infirmary.
Yeah, we found one too. It was in the safe in the crew quarters. I'm not gonna read that. I've already read it twice. Delicious? Uh-oh. I think Fuzzy is preparing to eat us. It tastes like pork. I can't believe it's Sunday today. The truth is gone, the truth is gone, the truth is gone. It's true that we can go all the way back we came and get into the warehouse.
I don't think Zero's saying we can. I think he's saying we have to. Otherwise, what's the point of that key card?
You mean this? The Ambidex room key.
We found some too.
Yeah, I don't taste good at all. That makes 6 then, 1 for each AB room.
Let's head back to the warehouse.
So when Zero says jump, we say how high, huh?
If you don't like it, stay here. Stupid angry mutt watching the door sounds about right.
Asshole. Better hope I don't have rabies, you self-satisfied old turd.
Well, what's it going to be? Are you going to go back with us? Or are you staying here by yourself?
Alright, fine. I'm going.
I mean, we talked about eating Dio earlier, so I mean, how else do you want us to take it?
So, this is the crew quarters, huh?
Just as the note said. We had no trouble getting in here.
That means we can go to the infirmary or the lounge.
Yeah, we can check out any of them.
Hey, look, Grandpa! They got a poster of a lady in here! It looks like the ones you got back home!
This one's pretty hot. I think we're talking at least 14, maybe even 15 EU.
Oh, well, that's why we
Agreed.
had the whole explanation
I
about
sure
EUs.
would like to take it home with me. Unfortunately, I don't think this is really the time for that. Let's keep moving.
Whoa, hold on. Grandpa? Since when were they buddies? In other words, they'd known each other before the nunnery game. If Quark was calling Tenmyoji Grandpa, then maybe they were even related. They've always been that close. Alice and Clover seem to be close too. Just how many of these people knew each other already? A lot.
Let's go, buddy. I can't wait to get out of here and back to my, grandpa videos.
Oh, you mean the ones you keep in the locked cabinet?
Shh. You're being too loud, Quark.
I mean,
You
Delicious
have to say
Friends
these
is
things
quite funny as a greeting. I like it. It just seemed amusingly appropriate after what we'd said about Dio. Stop making me
You're
yawn.
finally done? You were taking so long. I hopped off for a little nap.
Ah, for yawning? Really?
Well, you made me
You're just
yawn,
a computer
so I'm not a
program.
psychopath.
You don't get tired.
Hey, B.O. My temper's got a hair trigger, and you're awfully close to pulling it. So I'd watch my mouth if I were you. Otherwise...
Well, do you really need me to spell it out?
Forget it.
That's a good boy. Alrighty, let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. Namely, how do you get more BP?
We're going to the AB rooms, right? Okay. Technology is always fun. We've got some keys for them right here. Kate and Quark have 2 each, so we've got 6 altogether.
But who goes into what room?
That doesn't really matter. Anybody can go into any room.
But there are only 6 rooms.
Didn't I tell you? The 2 members of a pair share the same destiny.
Then you mean both members of
the
a
pairs.
pair
We've been
need to
through
go
this
into
already.
the same room?
Yes, yes, yes.
What do we do after we go into the room?
Play a game. Just like it says on the door.
You play the Ambidex game!
Wait, what's ambidex supposed to mean anyway?
I would guess it's short for ambidextrous. Most use the word to refer to the ability to use both of one's hands, instead of favoring the left or right. But it can also be taken to mean someone who is duplicitous or two-faced.
It's a game of betrayal then.
Well, yes, I guess you could put it that way.
Then what's the nonary game?
That refers to the whole enchilada. The nonary game is a game where you try to open the number 9 door and escape. The Ambidex game is just a mini game to play as part of the larger one. Make sense?
2 milkmen go comedy.
Like hell.
What's that?
This shit
Welcome
is
to my
confusing.
game or something?
Is it? Or is it that you're just a few carrots short of a bushel? What do you think, B.O.?
You arrogant little
I
bastard.
mean, it's possible that, yeah. Welcome to my kingdom. Thank you.
That's just how I am.
Couldn't remember
So
what
you're
the
used
anagram
to
was.
it.
Can never remember what the
Now,
anagrams are.
Could I have you
For some
all move
reason.
to the AB room, please?
I feel like
I'll
the
give you
2-headed
more
lion one is
specifics
something about the
once
man on the
everyone's
moon,
inside.
but I don't know where
I
that's
think
come
it'll
from.
probably be easier to understand that way.
Jay, Quark, and myself each give 1 card to Luna, Alice, and Tenmyoji. Yeah, I'm fairly certain they tell us what it is at some point. It doesn't necessarily make more sense, really. Then we headed into the AB rooms. There wasn't really any discussion about who'd go into which door, but Fi and I found ourselves heading towards the leftmost door. I mean, it's possible they changed the voice actors out from the Vita one, anyway. Unless, looks like everyone else has gone in already. Think should we head in too?
Why are you asking me? Just hurry up and get in there.
Do you speak Japanese, or did it have, like, subtitles in English?
An ambidex gate has been opened.
Ah, fully subbed, cool.
45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
I guess you could have multiple subtitles, like Japanese or English. This game's got a time limit too.
Something wrong?
No, nothing. There's no one here.
What are you talking about? Of course there isn't anyone here.
What? Well, yeah, I know,
Let's get inside.
Yeah, right. There's no dead body! Is that what he's talking about? There's no dead body!
This looks just like the room we woke up in.
There's no dead body in this timeline. We had a dead body in 2 other timelines. Why is there not a dead body? Dio's still here, and Alice, and all the other people are here, so why is there no dead body? I mean, I don't speak Japanese. I mean, this might be the good timeline. It does have some long things. Lol. There's no dead body, and Sigma commented on it, yes. Well, because this is not the first thing I've done. If this was... Oh, I like having subtitles on games because I don't... When I'm playing on my own, I don't listen to the games. I'm always watching like 2 other things. When I'm playing on stream, it's only polite to have subtitles on because sometimes I talk over stuff. I don't speak Japanese at all, so I'd always have English ones on. So yeah, so I guess if you do this one first... Oh my god, how many different permutations are there? If you do this Cyan one first, there's no dead body, so Sigma wouldn't comment on there not being a dead body. But then would he comment on well, there wasn't one before, if you then did one of these ones after? Now, I'm kind of curious. Because I've always had a dead body. So I don't think I've ever done Cyan first. Because the first option is always magenta for me, I believe. Because Clover wants to go with Alice and I want to make everyone happy. Yeah. I mean, if you've played Life is Strange, there's like a flowchart for one of the scenes, like when you're arguing with the guy outside the trailer. I did Cyan first last time, did I? Are you sure? Because I wanted to talk with Alice? Because I'd just done Nonnery and I was like, Alice! Yeah, but yeah, like the choice is to be able to just figure out whether, you know, you have a gun or you don't have a gun, etc. So yeah, because of Ice 9, is that why I wanted to do Alice first? I don't remember that. I'm going to have to go watch my VOD now. But you've watched it more recently than I have, Kai, so... But if I did do Cyan first the first time, then I can go back and look at that VOD and see what he says. Alice annoys you. The weird head gesture just annoys me, and the gravity-defying boobs annoy me. But that's more of an artist thing than anything else. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well then I'm going to have to go back and watch my own VOD, which will make me cringe because it was probably terrible audio. Well, Alice in this one is the person we saw at the end of the nonnery games, but I read somewhere that that wasn't Alice as in the one we were talking about through the nonnery game. It just happened to be a coincidence because of what she does. Don't want to say too much. We do find out more, but I can't remember which game. Because she, we know Alice and Clover work together. She recruits Clover. Really? But she was wearing the same freaking costume. Oh, okay. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole of reading up. Yeah, reading up stuff again, aren't I, after this game? But yes, now I'm going to have to go watch my old VOD, which has terrible audio, I think. Possibly, depending on whether I'd put the filter thing on this and it wasn't buzzing. Because I had a weird feedback on the mic for a while before I realised I needed to put a filter on it. So you could like hear the electricity humming through it. So yeah. And also I couldn't get my camera balance right and everything. But anyway, considering multiple timelines, Schrodinger's cat, quantum, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say that's what I thought, Malibu Rabbit, because it's literally the same image. Yeah, no, if you want to spoiler, stick it in my Discord and put it behind a spoiler tag. But I probably, yeah, thought. It is Alice from the end of 9-9, because I just played 9-9 before I played this one, and it's the same, pretty much the same character asset. But I think I read somewhere that it wasn't... Yeah, it's not a mummy. It's not Alice as in all ice. As in Ice 9, as in... was in a coffin. That was just a really annoying coincidence. Or, you know, a red herring type thing. Yeah. But anyway. It looks like the room we woke up in, but there's no dead body. There's one thing that's different.
That screen.
Yeah. Oh, there's no dead body. Looks like there's something on it. Yeah, this is why I love these games. I just love these games. I just almost wish it wasn't quite so long, but also I love that it's long.
Shit! The hell are you doing, you idiot?
What? I just pressed the start button.
Did you even read what it said? Once
Yeah.
you press that button, it locks the door for 40 minutes. Now, thanks to your stupid ass, we're stuck in here for almost an hour. Yes, really.
Oh, right, the mummy is, in fact, Alice. What?
Hey,
Okay, now I'm just
Looks
confused.
like everybody's closed their AV gates.
Maybe you
That's the door to the AV room, silly. You're in the AV room right now. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be continuing my earlier explanation.
Now, let's get this party started! Let me tell you about the AB game. Since it's a game, you're obviously going to have an opponent. But it's not like this is a battle royale where you just fight everybody. Each round will be a one-on-one battle. Mono a mono!
So yeah, so
or
I've now read
mono
conflicting
a
things,
mono.
Fuzzy, so...
Well, there are two people in each
To be
pair
fair,
out
I think I
there.
mostly got it from Wikipedia.
So it'll be
so
more of a
sources
two-on-one
may
battle,
vary.
I guess. Now, I imagine you're all wondering who your opponent is going to be. It's actually really easy. You'll be competing against whoever you paired up with to go through the chromatic doors.
giant
For
truck.
example,
I'm just gonna
Siggy
believe
and
that it's a
Fido
nice
paired up with
coincidence.
Alas and went through the Cyan door, didn't they? That means that Siggy and Fido will be playing against Alas. And it goes the
I
other way
really
too.
wish they'd made the
Alas's
nickname
opponent
All
will be
Ice
Siggy
in
and
this
Fido.
then.
Obviously, that means Potassium and Cleaver's enemy will be Camioli. And B.O. and Quirk's enemy will be Mooney. Well, I guess enemy isn't really the right word, is it?
Opponent.
After all,
Ally.
if you choose ally, then they're your ally. What? Don't get it? Well, don't worry. Just listen while Zero the Third explains it all. First, I want everybody to
But
focus
yeah.
on the
Just
screen
really looking
on
forward
the
to 3
device
coming
in
to
the
this
back
as
of the
well.
room.
Maybe they'll do a bundle and then I can buy a
You
bundle.
should see A,
Or
ally,
maybe they'll do
and
digital.
B, betray on it. Do you? All
I'm
you
just
guys
really
have to
excited
do
about these games coming to Xbox. Just really mega excited. So happy.
Easy options.
Because now it's on all of the
Will go up
platforms and I
or
can
down,
recommend it to everyone.
depending on what you
It's on PlayStation, it's on Xbox,
It's a
it's on
little
PC.
complicated,
Whatever you
and
play,
some
you
of
can
you
play
are
it.
a little slow. So, I made this handy chart.
Oh, that reminds me. I was going to see if I could pick up the
The
DS
plus
version.
and
Just for
minus
posterity.
are from your point of view.
Wonder if they still make
So,
that.
let's say you choose ally, and so does your opponent. You'll get 2 BP, and so will they. And you'll all get a nice warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
Oh, VLR was on the
We call
3DS.
that
I never had
the
one of them.
best pals outcome. Just
maybe
puts a
you were
smile on
saying
your
then.
face, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Next is what you get if you choose ally.
I've not
But your
played
opponent
Octopath.
chooses to betray.
I meant to when it was on
If
Game
that
Pass,
happens,
and then I didn't,
you
and then
lose
it went
2
out of Game
BP,
Pass.
and they get 3. We call that the stupid jerk face outcome.
Oh, the
So
third
you
game
end
was
up
also
with
on
me, let's stew 'em and
3DS.
stew 'em with some taters.
Interesting.
The
The
third
first game was on
choice
DS, which
is
I
the
have.
opposite of that. It's when you choose betray, but your nice, innocent opponent chooses ally. This time, you're the one who gets 3 BP, and they're the one who loses 2.
No, it
We
doesn't look
call
like
that
it's like
the
sold
serves them
commercially anymore.
right
It's
outcome.
pretty old.
I mean, what were they thinking? Choosing ally was a stupid choice, and there's nothing for you to feel guilty about.
I wonder if I could
And
download the
finally,
game somewhere.
the very last scenario. This is when you choose betray, and so does your opponent. If that happens, neither of you gets or loses anything. Absolutely 0 change in BP. Boring. We call this the why even bother outcome. As the game master here, this is the situation I want to avoid the most. You're probably wondering about the pairs, aren't you? Well, let me explain. Remember how I told you that both people in a pair share a destiny? Well, that applies here too. The 2 of you only get 1 vote. You get to choose once between ally or betray. That doesn't mean you split your points, though. You both get 3 points, or lose 2 points, or whatever. In other words, what you see on this chart is what you get. Okay then. I think that about does it for the basic rules.
Yeah, I think I would have really liked Octopath. Just never got the chance to play it, and I
There's
had
a
to wait
little
until it was
bit
on sale. or
more,
something.
but it'll just have to wait, I guess.
What? Why does it have to wait?
Hush now. It'll be okay.
30 minutes remain until
never heard
Ambidex
of waiting
game
before.
polling closes.
Anyway,
Just seeing
I've
if I
gotta
happen to
hop
pick up.
along now. Don't do something
that.
harebrained
I did.
and wait until the last minute. You got plenty of time.
Hotel Dusk
so
was a good
think
one
it
that I'd love.
out.
That was on DS.
Bye-bye now.
I'd love those sort of
Have a
ones to
nice
come.
trust.
And more Phoenix Wright. Maybe if I say it, like, you know, and there was like a mystery detective one or something.
About the AB game?
Okay, right, alright. What are we gonna do? Right, should we choose ally or
Yeah,
betray?
it's a tough call. This is really kind of an interesting game. Seems like it's based on the prisoner's dilemma. You've never heard of it? It's a thought experiment that uses game theory to examine why people do or don't cooperate. Let's say Apple and Banana have committed a serious crime.
Don't know what would make a difference.
I just gave them the
Apple
first
and
names I
banana?
thought of. They don't mean anything.
We didn't have Apple and
Anyway.
Banana in the last one.
Apple and Banana are caught by the police and sent off to separate cells far away from one another. In other words, there's no way for them to contact each other. And they're not like telepaths or something. So that's the setup. You following me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, a detective shows up. He visits each cell and tells them both exactly the same thing. It goes something like this.
You can both clam up if that's what you want. We're gonna have to
She
put you
lost in
both in the
blue.
slammer for
I
2
remember
years
that.
if you do. Now, if you flip on your pal over there,
There was a
tell
Nancy
me
Drew one
everything.
as well.
I can get your sentence reduced to 1 year. That means your buddy will serve 15, but that ain't your problem, right? Of course, if he decides to spill the beans, it goes the other way. He gets 1 year, and you get to spend 15 years eating government cheese. You're probably wondering if both of you confess. Well, I can shave off a little time for saving me trouble, but you'll still both do 10 years. So, punk, what's it gonna be? You gonna give me what I want, or you gonna keep that trap shut? Of course, I told your partner the same thing I just told you. I wonder if you can trust him to keep the cat in the bag. No rush. I'll give you plenty of time to think about it.
So that's the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah. What would you
Yeah,
do?
it could line up
Say
really
you
well.
were in Apple or Banana's shoes.
Well. What else? Well, criminal associate Banana is going to keep his mouth shut. Then the best choice for me is to spill the beans. That way I only serve 1 year. But what if he confesses too? And the smart thing would be for me to do the same. After all, if he cuts a deal and I don't, then I'll spend 15 years in prison. The best option is to stay silent. Ally. Oh, no, it's not.
Interesting. But you're forgetting something important. That Banana will be thinking the same thing. So you'll both confess, and you'll both end up serving 10 years. Do you get it? If you both trusted each other, then neither of you would have served more than 2 years. But because you both made the decision based on your own self-interest, you're gonna spend 8 more years in prison. In other words, the logical decision leads not only to a less desirable outcome on the group level, but also a pretty shitty situation on the personal level, too. You see now? The A-B game is the prisoner's dilemma.
We trust Alice, we can both increase our BP by 2. But if we don't trust each other, in the long run it won't benefit either of us.
Yeah, but this is where it gets interesting. Let's say for a moment all 9 of us are on one team. Who would we be playing against?
0.
Right. So we can assume the 9 of us are fighting 0 in the AB game. If you look at it that way, what would we want to do to beat him? Just look at the point totals. Say we all picked Ally. What would our total points be?
5. Oh, 2 times 9 is 18, so 18 points.
Okay. Now let's say one of the pairs chooses Betray.
Betray will get 3 points each, so in total they'll have 6 points. So the betrayed will have 2 points subtracted, so... Total gain for that game would only be 4. 2 groups would choose ally for that round, right?
Yeah.
So in the teams you get 6 each, which will give you 2 times 6 is 12. It is logic.
So, what does that tell you?
But it's bad to betray. Which is why we're doing an ally run. We need to all always choose ally to get the most points. If even one person chooses betray, the total points we get goes down.
Exactly. In this
Now
game,
she's
if each
advocating
individual
ally.
acts for the benefit of the whole group.
In the magenta side, she
everyone
advocates
benefits.
betray, but then someone was dead.
But if everyone starts looking out for themselves, it'll impact the group negatively. And eventually, it'll impact them negatively too. If all of us choose betray, then the group gets 0 points. Ultimately, nobody benefits. Not even the individual. In other words, selfish but logical decisions hurt everyone. And they hurt you.
I think I got it.
No, I mean the opposite. If you're going to make the most logical choice here, the only option is betray.
Oh, right, now she's saying betray. Can you just explain why that was a terrible idea?
No, I didn't. It's not the prisoner's solution. It's the prisoner's dilemma. Even though there's an outcome where everybody's happy, the choice you'd have to make for that outcome isn't the rational one. You want to pick it, but you can't. A dilemma. If we choose ally, and Alice does too, then yes, it'll be great. All 3 of us will get 2 points. That would be ideal, obviously. And it would help everybody. But what if Alice chooses betray?
Our BP will go down to
Right.
1.
And if that happens, we're screwed. So...
20 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
unless we can be certain that Alice will choose ally, we don't have a choice. We have to choose betray. Unfortunately, we don't have any way to know that for certain. That means we have to make the rational choice. It would be great to make the right choice, but we can't.
We're still... yeah, it's Hey, did you just say we're screwed? You don't mind telling me. What did you mean by that? Also, hi Dan! I'm guessing something happens if our BP hits 0, right? I mean, the way you said it sure makes it seem like something's gonna happen. You do know something. What are you hiding? Yeah, you know, there's been something weird about you from the moment we met. Which time? I mean, for starters, how'd you know my name?
Oh, knock it off. This is getting old.
I don't care if it's getting ancient. Because it's important. I don't know you. You seem to know me somehow. The only explanation I can think of that makes any kind of sense is that you're working
Something
with
funny
Zero.
here.
Whoa! Hi Dan, thank you
What
for the
about you?
resub. Really appreciate that.
Are you working with Zero?
Me? Why would you think that? Hi Dan, thank you very much for the resub. 17 months, blimey heck. And that's the first time you've shared a resub message in 17 months though. How are you doing? How is Doggo? Well, I mean, I am, you know, very naive, so I would trust in all my friends and always pick allies, so I would always get betrayed. I would be the first to die.
You're too calm. You wake up trapped in some kind of twisted game and it doesn't even faze you? That hardly seems normal.
The new era. Oh, come on, I could ask you the same thing.
Don't change the subject. We're talking about you. Maybe you actually do know me.
What? Where the hell did that come from? Look, I already told you I've never seen you before in my life. Wait, we haven't seen some of them yet. Yeah, everyone here's my friend. Also, that's a bomb! We haven't seen
Sigma.
any of these.
Just let it go. Our time's up. This is it. Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You know we're about to die, but you still stuck with me. So, thank you, Sigma. Goodbye.
Yes, villain is a loaded term. Spoilers! Spoilers! We can't have seen any of this. Most of that is in this branch. What was that?
What's wrong? Saw what?
The explosion.
Explosion?
Possibly hint foreshadowing. I think there's a bomb somewhere in this building. Not sure, but it sounded like it was on a timer. You and I were trying to stop it, but we couldn't do anything, and...
Whoa! Sigma! Calm down! What are you talking about? What is it now? It hurts?
Yeah.
You know, you said it hurt when you first woke up in the AB room, too.
It didn't just hurt, it felt like it was going to explode. I know it's not really spoilers, but I'm like, spoilers!
Maybe you should rest a little.
Ugh. Yeah, maybe I could just lay my head on your lap. Creepy pervert!
Of
also,
course.
Jessie, I'm sad you don't consider yourself my friend. Cyan and I spent the rest of the time until the door opened in silence. The AB game was forgotten as I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Oh my god, this one... Oh yeah, do we not vote? No, we must vote. It automatically is going to ally us, though? Ban the game from chat for spoilers, yes. Vote. Had it been real in any way? Or was it just a hallucination brought on by stress, or maybe some strange drug they dosed me with when I was out? It had seemed real, though. Was it a premonition? I had to stifle a bark of laughter at the thought. Seeing the future, this wasn't some crappy sci-fi novel, this was real life. Or is it just a fantasy? We're caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Things like that didn't happen, I was just tired. The stress of the nonary game was probably getting to me more than Fi, though. I was tired, I was emotional, hallucination was strange, but really, it was perfectly understandable. I should put a ban command in. There we go. But what, I wasn't losing it? What if I was fine? What if it hadn't been an hallucination? I sat there for what felt like hours, my mind running in circles. I want to vote!
5 minutes remain.
Yeah, because we didn't
until
find a dead body this
Ambidex
time, so we didn't have the
game polling
distraction.
Closes. All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
The hell was that?
What, do you need a translator? If you don't vote fast enough, then it'll set your vote to ally. Make sense? Or do I need to use smaller words?
I know you're being mean. So you plan to pick ally, then you don't even really need to go into the AB room.
I guess not. We're already in here, though. So we might as well figure out what we're gonna do. What's it gonna be, Sigma? Ally? Or betray?
Why are you even asking? You made it pretty clear that we should choose betray.
Well, I didn't say should. I just said we didn't really have a choice.
That's the same thing.
It's completely different. The former is an active opinion. The latter is just passive information.
Whatever, you still want to betray, right?
Yeah.
I don't. Then why did you ask me? So we never really finished our conversation from earlier. We have to make the decision. You said that we'd be screwed if our BP dropped to 1. What did you mean by that? Is something going to happen if our BP gets to 0 or something?
We die.
What?
If our BP drops to 0, we die. The needles in our bracelets activate.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How the hell do you know that? Zero never said anything about it.
I don't know. I swear I don't. I know somehow. There's just this feeling I've got. Like, that's what'll happen.
Come on, that again? You figured the same line when I asked you why you knew my name. How do you know all these things when there's no way on Earth? We just saw a picture of the moon. Wait, did you see it?
What?
Did you have some sort of, I don't know, premonition? I mean,
What?
yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? You sounded like a crazy person the first time, too.
And you always want to hit everyone with a wrench, Fuzzy. Then you haven't...
Seriously, Sigma, are you okay? I think there's something
No.
wrong with you.
I need to go to the infirmary. This was wrong. Fi was supposed to be acting strange, not me. Instead, here she was asking if I was okay. But... Sorry, didn't want to sneeze over everyone. But what if it wasn't just her? What if I was losing it too? I groaned. My head felt awful. But yes, we do only have a fire extinguisher. I felt like someone had thrown my brain in a food processor and hit puree. I know that feeling. A fire
1
extinguisher.
minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
Hey, it's almost time. What are you gonna pick? If you aren't going to do it, then
No, I'm fine. I'll do it.
You're gonna choose betray, right?
No. Don't worry about it. Crossing my
All
fingers
right.
behind my back.
Take it away.
30 seconds remain until Ambidex
Spy was
game
supposed to be
polling
acting strange,
closes.
not me. But there was also supposed to be a dead body. I stood in front of the selection screen and took a deep breath. This was it. I ran over my options one last time. There was only one possible choice. I am very disappointed with the lack of a dead body. We had a dead body the last 2 times.
Round 1 of the
I don't know where the
Ambidex
body is.
game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse.
Maybe
Thank
the rooms
you
didn't move
for
this time,
your
and
participation.
I mean, I just don't remember where the body is. So.
Now opening.
The fact we haven't found it means there's an opportunity. But is Dio in on his own? I can't remember. If Dio's in on his own, then he could have just gone in the same one. If they've not moved, he could have just gone in the one that had the body and just not told anyone. As fine, I stepped out the AB room. I could see the others running towards the projection, shoving and pushing to get closer. Okay, well, you two know where it is. I'm sure I know where it is, but I don't remember.
Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, I was, and yeah, I did. And you said Ally would give us the most points. I want to believe in Alice.
It's not really a rational decision.
I know.
Yo, what's up?
But I'm hoping I'm vindicated.
But no! Hey, what are you kids doing over there? We're about to announce the results.
Let's go. We'll find out if you made the right choice.
Yeah, I don't think they moved that time. In which case, the body's in the one on the end. Dio went in there.
Looks like you're all here. Finally.
Can't remember.
Let's get ready to rock!
Steve!
Ambidex game! Round one!
But they really missed a trick on not calling Alice all ice.
If everybody would
Instead
please
of a
direct
lass.
their eyes to this monitor.
No, Dio's with Quark. Dio allied? Damn you, Alice! Clover betrayed Temioji. That's not unexpected. Dio allying is.
From your game.
Yeah.
Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
Hey, Alice. Zero sounds like they're about to suggest a cheeky Nando's. Okay. Yeah, Dio voting ally is the most disturbing part of the game. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Court hit Dio with a wrench. Alice, what the hell is this?
Excuse me? I just made the most rational choice. The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot.
Naive. I prefer naive, thank you. Why? Why did you do
I
it?
could ask you the same question. Why did you do something as stupid as choose ally?
Because I like to believe in people. Why? Haven't you heard of the prisoner's dilemma? The best solution is for all of us to choose ally.
Oh, really? All of us, huh?
I can't eat Nando's.
Kay and Clover chose betray too, you know. Yes. I know about the prisoner's dilemma, but everyone picking ally isn't a reasonable outcome. Just look at the results for this round. What do they tell you? You're a pretty tender-hearted guy to trust somebody you just met. Well, maybe tender-headed would be a little more appropriate in this case. Oh, was that upsetting? My apologies. I'm only trying to warn you.
Alice is right. You made a stupid choice. And thanks to you, our BP is down to 1 now.
God damn it! Set my jaw and stomped away from Alice on fire. I'm gonna go with I didn't make a stupid choice. I made the right decision. Yeah, no way in hell Quark is gonna allow a dead body. Dead body must have been in there before. Was Quark unconscious? I don't know. We'll find out at some point where the dead body is. My hands had balled themselves into fists, but my throat was tight and my eyes stung. Why? Why had she done it? She had always voted ally before. Quark, Dio and Luna's group, on the other hand, seemed calm, almost happy. Which is weird. Maybe it was because it was against Luna?
Thank you. I'm so happy you chose ally.
No problem.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Dio wanted to pick Betray.
What?
Hey!
Mr. Dio told me to pick Betray so that we could get 3 points. He said we could escape together. If we betrayed you, then we'd have 6 BP. And then, if we betrayed someone in the next round, we'd have 9.
Oh, Dio, is this true?
No, that's not what happened at all.
Kidding! I lied. That was a joke. Mr. Dio would never do something like that.
It was a joke?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Man,
this
you
kid
really
is
had me going
amazing.
I really surprised you, huh?
So you really were planning to choose Ally all along? Thank you. Thank you very much.
I honestly think
Don't
Quark's
worry
just
about
got
it.
control of the
We
controls.
only did what anybody else would do. Right, Mr. Dio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Dio picking Ally literally is the weird
I
bit in
understand.
this.
I guess I
Quark's
just
not
haven't had
evil.
enough time to earn your trust, huh?
I suppose you could say that. I just didn't really expect you to be so nice about it.
It looked like there had been some sort of argument between K. Clover and Tenmyoji, although whatever it was seems to have resolved itself amicably. Walker's darling!
Zero, when does the next round start?
What makes you think we'll be having another round?
Well, you
number
said
9
round
yet?
1. If there's a round 1, then there's likely a round 2.
If everyone just
Besides,
voted Ally for
didn't you
3
say the
rounds,
goal of the AB game
everyone
was
would
to
have
get
9 points.
BP? That's impossible without a second round.
Oh, yeah. I
Would
guess
everyone
you
just
got a
be
point.
nice?
You're right. There will be a second
So-
round.
When?
Maybe I'm too trusting.
Why not?
The voting happens when an AB gate opens.
They're already open.
Right, you are. So, let me just close them.
Oh god, if this wasn't all planned out.
The ambidex gates have closed.
But yeah, I
Round
think
2 of the ambidex game.
I'm very
will
tempted to
be
get videos
the
up to
moon
compare, but
round.
I think the thing hasn't moved.
Moon cards will be required to open the gates.
The room hadn't moved, and we always go in the one on the left. Moon cards. We can't use these cards anymore since they've got suns on them.
Yes,
I know I'll
indeed.
find out. It's just that's the one bit of information I can't
You'll have to
remember.
look the cards with moons on them.
So, how many times do we play the AB game?
I don't know. As many times as you need to.
It's anybody's guess how long it'll go.
But I plan on keeping this party going until somebody opens the number 9 door.
So it's over when someone gets 9 BP.
Nope. As long as that person doesn't open the number 9 door, the game goes on.
Of course. You could also get stuck just below 9 BP, where every bunny just keeps going back and forth, winning and losing points. After all, if there's no bunny with 9 BP, the door can't open. If that happens, you'll just have to continue on to round 3, and round 4, and round 5. Round 100, round 2000, you might even go all the way up to round 24,009,004,897.
Very specific
Although,
number.
I really, really hope it doesn't come to that.
Hey, can I ask you something?
I don't know. Can you?
May I ask you something? There's rules about who can go into the secondary doors, right? Like, you have to have 3 people. Exactly.
Yeah? So?
Creep bracelets. Well, what about the number 9 door? Are the rules the same?
Nope. There aren't any rules about how many people can go through that door.
But yes, I can
It could be
speculate
one
about
person
where the
or
body
2
is all I like,
or
because I know
even
there's a
all 9
body.
of you.
It's not spoiling, because I can't remember.
There is one thing though, Siggy.
No spoilers.
All that stuff that I
Yes,
buy you
there's a
have
body
to have
somewhere.
3
I'm just
people
trying to
to
figure
go
out
through the
how
secondary
logistically it
connectors.
could be somewhere.
Maybe it's not 100% true.
What do you mean?
Well, you can open the door with just 1 or 2 people if you want.
That's not what you told us.
Well, I didn't want to make things complicated.
Then explain it now.
Just use the bracelets.
What? How?
There's a sort of scanner between the 2 doors. It checks to see if the right people are going through.
Just chop everyone's arm off.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's scanning the people.
So, it's scanning the bracelets then?
Ding ding ding! As long as the scanner sees the right combination of bracelets, it doesn't matter how many people there are!
But wait, hold on a minute. Do these things ever come off?
No, yes!
They do indeed.
Then how do I take it off?
Well, there's 2 ways. The first is to get through the number 9 door and escape. As soon as you're out, the bracelet unlocks
This is
all by itself.
What's the second way? Hey, Zero, wake up, will ya? What's the second way?
Oh, B.O. I think you already know.
What?
Do you really want to get rid of that bracelet?
Of course I do.
Oh, well, I see. It's easy. Nothing to it, really.
You die.
I would Dio
Here's an
know.
exciting fact. Your heart creates
Dio
a bunch
already
of faint electrical impulses.
You know what an electrocardiogram is, right?
Because it's just a saying, isn't it?
Technically, it's a machine that graphs the electric current flowing across the myocardium, but you probably know it as the thing in the hospital with the little light that goes beep, 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 beep. When someone dies on a TV show.
Anyway, the point is that you can detect the electricity that your heart makes by pumping blood. Your fancy little bracelets pick up on that. They're always watching. So, when that signal goes away...
Yes, the person that
A
just
lock
voted
on the
ally. I mean,
bracelet
he's a nice
releases,
guy.
right?
Yep. So there you go. The second way. Your heart stops. Your bracelet comes off. Apart from that, there's no other way to get the bracelets off. If you try something harebrained, like trying to break them or something, you'll be disobeying the rules. I don't think I need to remind you what happens when you do that. But if you're lucky, you might get to see a few of them come off during the next round.
Oops. I guess it's not going to be very lucky for some of you, huh?
Bye, Sigma and Tanyaldi.
Next round.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Well, do I have to explain everything? Somebody might die during the next round of the AB game.
There. That's pretty clear, right? If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be Tenmyaldi. Or Siggy.
Oh, or maybe Fido.
Or maybe
Everyone?
It's the
What?
first time Alice has voted Betray because before she was up against her friend and a kid.
I guess I can tell you why. Anyone whose BP drops to 0 gets penalized, just like when you break the rules.
Penalised.
I'm pretty sure I already told you what the penalty is.
Death. You mean the needles in our bracelets are gonna activate and we'll die.
Correct, Siggy. Full marks.
So, I had been right. But how had she known before Zero told us? She's seen it before.
I see.
Somehow we've seen it before.
Phi Sigma and I only have 1 BP. That means we'd have less than 0 if we lost 2 points.
Well, yes. I took a moment to go over everything in my head. Phi is sensible, yes. The AB game would continue until someone opened the number 9 door. No rules. Possible for everyone to escape. Except everyone is bastards. We know all this, I'm just skipping.
Oh, one last thing. The next set of chromatic doors you'll be going through are downstairs. You already saw them, right? There should have been 3. Red, blue, and green. That means that to get through, you'll need bracelets in cyan, magenta, and yellow.
Well, we're a yellow pair, so we don't get to choose which door this time. I wonder if it'll give us a choice and then basically go, nope! Because before we've had 3 choices. But I'm fairly certain with at least one of them, someone would go, nope. And this is the first time on an ally route we've not had a choice. And then there's going to be a lock because this is the only other ally route. It feels like there's going to be a lock based on how many blubbles there are.
But wait! You've already got those bracelets! Have a look! The color's changed, hasn't it?
Forget. It did change. I'm yellow now.
So am I.
Me too.
There we go.
It looks like the color wasn't the only thing that changed.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like our groups have changed too. I was a solo last round, but now it says pair.
Wait. Really? Mine still says solo.
It looks like Luna and I both changed. Although I've gone from solo to pair.
I'm the opposite. Mine went from pair to solo.
No
Did you finish
change here.
D4 last night?
Still a pair.
Josie?
I
didn't see you
guess
get the
this
achievement.
must be magenta.
So you got lots of achievements.
Are you
but
two
not that
magenta
one.
too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Quark, Clover, and I are Cyan.
I think Mr. K and I are pairs. And Miss Clover is a solo?
Looks like it.
When did they change?
Back when the AB gates closed.
I remember playing D4 back when it came out, but with the Connect.
The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too. And of course, it's totally random.
But I couldn't remember any of the story.
No rules or anything!
Except for the eating guy. The fortune cookies.
Now, with all of that explained, I must bid you adieu.
You could play the other game that Dan requested.
Sadly, we may never meet again.
Or you could play Daddish, I guess.
What?
Well, there's not really anything for me to facilitate anymore. I mean, you guys are good from here, right? I'll never see you guys again.
It's Father's Day here as well. It's Father's Day everywhere, I believe.
Did
That's
you
the
really
one that's
think
universal.
I was gonna cry? Suckers! As if I'd cry over you dummies!
This guy. What the? You dick.
You mad?
Saying Zero, not Richard.
Anyway, good luck. I may be gone,
Yeah.
But I'm always watching. Maybe I'll see you again someday.
Have a nice tragedy.
That little piece of shit. If I could just get my hands on that little fucker, I'd squeeze him till he popped.
That sounds gross. I really want to think about that.
So what happens now? We've still got a while until the chromatic doors open.
It's like about 42 minutes.
We
don't
should
have a
go
dead
and
body
see if
this
we can
time.
find any other exits. Maybe there's a vent or a disposal chute or something. If there's a chance Zero missed something.
I concur. There's no point in standing around. We lose nothing by looking. And if we find
Yeah,
nothing,
the
we can always
things didn't
return and
move
go
this
through
time,
the chromatic
definitely.
doors.
Let's split up. 5 minutes would give us a good half hour
Wouldn't
or
have noticed
so.
a dead body there.
Let's meet in front of the chromatic doors 5 minutes before they open then. Any objections?
There went on. After some nods and mumbling, they split up and moved off to investigate. I was the only person who stayed behind, so Fi doesn't go with me this time. Damn. How the hell did I end up here? Why? What? Try as I might, I couldn't think of anything I'd done that could have landed me in Zero's game. I'm just gonna skip this, because we don't need to hear it again. Why is this happening to me? Spent a few minutes wallowing in misery. I figured I deserved at least a little self-pity. But even I knew that brooding and whining wasn't going to get me anywhere. Oh, that kid said we need to at least try and find another way out. I shook my head. Declare it, sit up straight and head off. Well, you can continue brooding and whining if you want. Let's just go to the lounge.
Oh, hey Sigma.
Can I get you a seat?
Hey, fine. Are you some kind of waitress?
What do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want? I just came here to check up on you guys. Stop winking at me, it's creepy. You look like freaking Pebble from the Flintstones. So this is the lounge, huh? A bar, a sofa, and 3 ladies. They didn't come with the lounge. Oh, you creepy.
Can I get you a drink?
Creepy. You better not be underage.
I turned 21 just the other day.
I see. Well, I guess we could probably have a drink or 2 then. Unfortunately, as much fun as that sounds like, I don't think it's a very good idea.
Why not?
Really a good time to get wasted.
Really? It seems like this sort of thing is exactly what makes people want to drink in the first place.
Okay, you may be getting some motorcycle now.
Sigma?
Or at least it's stopping it filtering out the TV. That is really noisy. And really obnoxious. Look at Temioji's face there. Besides, I've got a headache. Drinking is probably not the best plan.
It hasn't gone away yet?
Well, it was fine for a while, but now I guess the bastard's back.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm sure if I just leave it alone, it'll go away in a bit. That's how it went before, anyway. Has this been happening to anyone else?
What? The headaches?
Uh-huh.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I did get one a bit ago. I feel fine now, though.
What about you, Luna?
You know, I think I did have a bit of a headache earlier. Not me. No headaches here. Well,
Well, what?
it's hard to explain. I just feel kind of
weird.
Your head feels weird?
No, my body feels weird. Like my whole body.
Do you feel kind of numb? I think I've got the same thing. Kind of like, like when you fall asleep on top of one of your arms. And then when you wake up, that arm kind of feels like it's not really yours anymore. It's not just my arm though. My whole body feels kind of numb and foreign.
I don't know. I guess it's kind of like that, but...
Oh, if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I know what you mean.
Really?
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's because of the anesthetic gas.
The what now?
It might have looked like white smoke. The stuff they used when they abducted you.
Oh yeah, right. The redacted, which is why I redacted Cheeseboard.
It seems like we were unconscious for a long time, so it must have been pretty powerful stuff.
You think this might be some kind of side effect? Yeah, a cheese
Well,
board.
it could be a
Pretty
side
much cheese
effect,
now.
or it could be that it just hasn't worn off completely yet.
Whatever. That's not important. Right now we need to figure out how to get out of here.
Alright, go have a look somewhere else then. You guys going to stick around here?
Yeah. Haven't really taken a good look at everything yet.
Okay. Catch you later then. I waved goodbye and headed towards the exit. Where to next? Well, we've not seen the infirmary yet. There's nothing in the crew quarters we haven't seen. So, this is the infirmary, huh?
Oh, Sigma. What's up with your
Alice?
face? You look like you just saw a roach. Are you still angry?
Yes, of course. I'm teetering on the brink of the abyss, thanks to you.
I didn't have a choice.
Yes, you
I'm
did.
just trying to get out of here like we all are.
Of course you had a choice. That's enough to justify screwing someone else over.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. If I'd known for sure that you were going to choose Ally, then I would have chosen Ally too.
Easy for you to say that now.
What? Am I such a horrible person for wanting to get out of
Chooses
here?
ally if I betray
I
her.
have to get out of here. There's so many things I still want to do.
Like what?
Well, let's see. I want to wear lots of gorgeous clothes. I want to eat tons of delicious food and fall in love.
What an idiot.
Excuse me?
And I was going to take your side, but after that load of horse shit, you're on your own.
Ugh. Look. Let me try this again. I'm frustrated. But there really is something important I have to do.
Which is?
Avenge my father's murder. That's what I have to do.
This is where we're like, what? Didn't he die a while ago if you were a mummy? Could you elaborate on that?
No, I couldn't. This isn't the kind of thing I should be telling people I don't even know.
Unless it's just a story. I mean, it's probably just a story, because I'm so gullible. Fine, just tell me one thing. Does your father's murder have anything to do with us being trapped here?
I have no idea. As to why you're here, your guess is as good as mine. But it's possible that his death is connected to my abduction.
Meaning?
I was on their trail. I was tracking down the people who killed him.
How close were you?
I can't say, but it's possible that I was getting close enough. that they decided something had to be done with me. Well, I wouldn't really say I'm a detective. Not a bad guess, though. Why are you guys looking at me like that?
Sneeze. I mean, you don't really have the detective look. Your boobs are out, dear.
I didn't say I was a detective.
You're wearing cold gold. Then what are you?
No.
CIA? Fine, well, whatever you are, you don't look like one. You don't even have a shirt on!
That's fine. In my line of work, the
You're
less
not
I
wearing
look
any
like
freaking
what I
underwear!
am, the better. Better I keep them guessing.
Hey, what's the deal with you and Clover?
What's she got to do with anything?
Well, you know each other, right? I was thinking maybe you were related or worked together or something.
No. She has nothing to do with my work. She's just a
Liar.
friend that I met somewhere.
Liar. Where's somewhere?
In the middle of a desert.
Ha ha! That's the first
Yes.
non-lie.
But that's an awfully long story.
That's a non-lie. It's the first non-lie
Wait,
you've
hold on.
told. I mean,
Why
truth.
am I the only person getting the 3rd degree? That
'Cause
doesn't
you're
seem
the
fair
one
to
that
me.
betrayed me.
How about you guys give up a little personal information too? We'll start with you, Tenmyoji. Who are you?
Just a garbage collector.
Any ties to Zero?
None.
What's your relationship with Quark? You two know each other, right?
Do I have to answer that?
Well, if you really
Right.
don't want to, it's not like I can force you.
No.
Here's a... Oi!
apologize, but I
Don't
don't
you
have
just...
anything to say
Don't
about
you
that
diss my little cinnamon bun.
I mean, it's not like you told us everything either.
I see. Very well then. Dio, it's your turn.
Ah,
What's
like
your
he's going to tell
profession?
us anything.
Well,
Circus
you're
conductor.
probably gonna think I'm full of shit, but I'm a circus ringleader.
There we are. Ringleader. Conductor.
kidding.
I knew what I meant.
Nope.
You're kidding.
I'm the real deal.
I mean, that's
I
what
lead
you're
a
dressed
company
as.
of about 50 people. We travel all over the world. It was my grandfather's grandfather who founded it, but my father died at a young age. I'm a 5th-generation ringleader. My old man was a trapeze artist. He tried to do this quadruple flip and missed. Well, I guess he wasn't really young. He was about 40. Still.
Ah!
He was pretty reckless for a guy that age.
Still young.
Always talking about how he couldn't let the kids show him up. Guess he just took it too far.
I see.
He's dressed like a
You
ringleader.
lost your
that's the
father
only
too,
thing.
then.
Yeah.
Call him Robin. 40 is definitely still young.
Shit.
100%.
Guess I got a little sappy there. Anyway, point is, I
Is
don't
this-
have any
I'd
damn
say this
idea
is the
how
one
I'm
where
connected
this
to
is the
Zero. I got
thread where
grabbed on
Dio
the
is
last
nice,
night of one
but-
of our tour stops. I'd gone out to a couple bars and gotten shit-faced. On my way back to the caravan, this black van pulls up. Somebody grabs me and throws me inside. Before I can even get a look at them, they hit me with that gas and I'm out like a light. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in the AB room. Anyway, enough about me. You still haven't heard your story, Sigma. Who are you?
I told you guys the first time we met. Don't you remember? I was on my way home from school. When I got into my car, this white gas started pouring out of everywhere. They're gonna think we're lying.
Are you some kind of doctor?
No, I'm still working on my degree. I'm shooting for a PhD, but I'm not quite there yet.
I guess you've been working on that for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, I guess I have.
Can you think of anything that might connect you to any of this?
I know, right? Believe me, I've thought about it, but I just keep drawing a blank.
What about Zero?
No idea.
Do any of the people here look familiar to you?
Nope. You're all strangers. Well, I guess I can't really say for sure about Kay since I haven't seen his face, I suppose. It's possible he's someone I know.
Just who is he anyway?
Yes. Foreshadowing! Until that amnesia clears up, I don't think we've got any way of knowing.
Oh,
He's the most we've talked, because no one's
he's full
really
of
not
shit.
trustworthy at this point.
You still don't believe him?
No
Of course
body.
not.
Okay. Kay's a bit of a mystery, but what about some of the others? We don't know Luna's medical at this point. Clover, for instance. What does she do?
I think she's a student. At night, she's a waitress or a bartender or something.
What about Quark? I guess he probably doesn't really have a job, huh? He's still in elementary school, right? Why is that funny?
It's nothing. Just forget about it.
I guess schools don't exist.
Yeah, you're right. Boy his age would be in elementary school.
You really don't know much, do you? About Quark, I mean.
And if it makes you feel better, sure.
They didn't mention school
Well,
at all.
I know a
It's
little
chimney,
about Luna.
chimney sweep, yeah.
I got her talking when we were in the infirmary. She says she's got some sort of medical license or something.
She's a nurse?
It could mean she's a doctor.
I don't know. She didn't say. Just going by how she looks, though, I'd guess nurse.
Why? Sexist pig.
That leaves us with Phi. She's the most mysterious to me. What does a girl like that do?
You've been around her the most, Sigma. She told you anything?
Look, I just don't know, alright? It's just kind of there. Like, I looked at you, and some part of my brain just said,
I mean,
that's
nurses
Sigma.
are very, very competent, but assuming someone's a nurse just because they're a woman is the sexist part. You know.
You sure?
No, nothing in particular. Yeah. She is a real mystery, alright. I honestly know about as much as you do. Nurses keep the whole freaking thing together. Like, literally, if all the nurses up and quit, everyone would be screwed. I hadn't really realised it until I said it. I'd spent hours with Phi, and yet I knew nothing about her except her name. And only had her word that even that was the truth. Yes, he said because looking at her. But would she really? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious she seemed. I mean, he's a sexist pig, so I get to say that. That he doesn't have any respect. But yeah. Garbage collector, an elementary school kid, a nurse, and circus ringleader, plus 2 total mysteries. What do we all have in common? I don't think Zero would just grab a bunch of people randomly.
There's no point to talking about this. We should just focus on getting
We're
out
all
of here.
lying, yeah.
I agree.
Except I'm not. I'm
Where do you plan
gonna
on going?
check on the others, but also I'm not lying because I'm just going off what I know, and what I know is that I was abducted from my school where I was doing my degree.
I see.
To the quarters.
Right. Later, bro.
Okay. So I'm telling the truth as far as I know it. I headed to the infirmary. Headed to the infirmary? From the infirmary. Out of the infirmary? That's not what it said. Kay will be in here
Oh,
somewhere.
Sigma. Perfect timing.
You were in the crew quarters before, weren't you?
Yep, I was. Alice and I went through all the rooms.
Did you find anything suspicious?
Like a secret door or something?
Nah. If I had, you really think I wouldn't have told you?
Anything else out of the ordinary, perhaps?
Out of the ordinary?
What's this book?
Schrodinger's cat. Oh, that's a book. A Meowt Cats.
A meowt?
Oh, sorry. It's just this thing that's happened to me ever since I was a kid. I got cursed by a cat. Whenever I start talking about cats, I start talking like one. Yes, because cats talk. It doesn't really mean anything, though.
Oh, okay.
That's weird. So what's the cat book about?
Oh, well, there's this quantum physics thought experiment called Schrodinger's cat. This book talks about it.
Oh, yes, I've heard about that. A cat is put in a box with a device that has a random chance to release a poison which will kill the cat.
I thought it was
That means the cat is both alive and dead until someone opens the box. Something like that, right?
If there's no air holes in the box, we know the cat's dead.
What?
Yabby? I don't really know anything about it. I'm just telling you what Fi told me.
So it probably isn't gonna give us any hints then.
Quark, you're doing it too.
Yeah, he did it on purpose. Cheeky little bugger. Oh, what about you guys?
What do you mean?
You checked out the lounge with Clover and Tamioji, and Quark was in the infirmary with Dio and Luna. Anything suspicious there?
Well, this whole facility is pretty suspicious, but I suppose that's not what you meant. Well, the puzzles in the lounge were lunar eclipse themed.
Lunar eclipse?
Yes. Apparently, there's supposed to be a lunar eclipse on December 31st, 2028. All the puzzles were related to that somehow.
Isn't that this New Year's Eve?
I suppose it is. Well, I can't say I know what year or even what day it is, but Clover was saying something to that effect.
31st, huh? We've been knocked out at dawn on the 25th, so the 31st would be 6 days after that. Lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. What did it have to do with any of this? Try as I might, I couldn't think of any way an eclipse could be connected to our abductions.
What about the infirmary, Quark? Did you find anything there?
Yeah, we did find something. Just one thing, though.
Quantum timey-wimey. What was it?
You and Luna didn't tell you?
No.
Okay, I got it right here. Just a second.
The very fuzzy piece of paper we keep on seeing. Quark reached into his pocket and pulled out what appeared to be a newspaper clipping. My throat began to tighten as I read it. Radical 6 infection spreads, cure continues to elude authorities. Wildfire, death toll, 100,000. Immediate quarantine of any infected patient, strongly advised. Is this for real?
It seems a little hard to believe.
It really is some kind of pandemic, though. That sounds like a pretty big deal.
Yes, it does.
There hasn't been anything on the news, though. This is the first time I've even heard of the term Radical 6. Was that true, though? Was that really the first time I'd heard it? Possibly. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd heard Radical 6 somewhere before. But where? But why? How? And who?
If it is true, then I worry about what might be happening to the world outside. Is there a pandemic raging on the other side of these walls?
Oh. Well, these walls, yes. Clover's voice shattered the silence.
You guys! Hurry! You need to come with me!
Has something happened?
Yes! I mean, sort of. I mean, we found something.
What did you find?
It's horrible. It's really scary.
Horrible.
Oh, never mind. Just shut up and follow me. You'll understand when you see it.
Room 2, I'm guessing.
It's right over here in the next room. Just follow me.
She looks very happy about this, yes. It's always room 2! Clover was first into the room, followed quickly by me, Kay, and Quark. She said nothing, just pointed under the bed, which was up before, so it definitely wasn't there before. 3 of us crouched down and followed her finger. There it was. There's 3. What the hell is this? And it was not there before because all the beds were up.
I think it's a bomb.
No way.
So, thank you, Sigma. Goodbye.
We don't have the code for 3. We have the code for bomb 1. My god, JC, a bomb. How did you know I was JC? It was the same bomb I'd seen in my vision, and it hadn't been an hallucination. Had it actually been a premonition? I'm assuming it's a quote from somewhere.
We need to tell everybody.
But those are my initials.
No, it's all right. Luna's out rounding them up. They should be here in just a few seconds.
Right. I've only played the second.
See?
Where is it? Where's this bomb?
Yes, because I donated. Ah! As soon as she had spoken the words and the rest of our fellow captives appeared. I have not played the original. I've played Deus Ex Revolution.
There.
Luna pushed through them and pointed at the bomb. There we go.
You see?
Yeah, I've played the one that was on 360. I think I played it to the end, but didn't finish the DLC. And then I've played some of the one that was like the lastest one. I'm not very good at being stealthy though. So I have to make lots of saves and try and be stealthy. For several long moments we just stared in silence.
Doesn't look
Slowly
like it has a
began to-
timed detonator.
Slowly we began to eye one another. Old suspicion suddenly reawakened. It was fire that suddenly broke the silence. Ah, that was it. Mankind Divided. Yeah, so
There must be a remote
Human Revolution
somewhere.
is the one I played.
You're right. It'll probably use an active button or switch of some sort, not a dead man switch.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit a save. I just need to have a... My list of games that I have that I should play is ridiculously long. I'll watch... If you have it, you play it, and I'll watch you stream, right? That works. I'm just gonna have a very quick break. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just realized I haven't had a break yet, and I've been streaming solidly for 4 hours, I feel like. So I'm just gonna have a quick break. I'll be back in a few. I stretched. I hydrated. I got more hydration. So we're not even halfway through. We're not even halfway through. We're not even anywhere near down this thing. Are we just going to hit a block because of the bomb? Is the question.
If we can get it, we should be safe as long as we don't press the button.
Who was the first person to find this?
Me. And Luna. We found it while we were searching this room.
I thought you and Luna were in the lounge.
Well, yeah. We
Oh, we
looked
haven't got a
all
button to
over, but we
push.
couldn't find anything there.
So we gave up on the lounge and came here.
I can confirm that. I wanted to look around the lounge some more, so I stayed back. You guys must have found it when you got here then?
Yes.
How did you know it was a bomb?
Well, I mean, I could tell just by looking at it.
Why?
Well, during my
Clover's eyes widened and she clapped her hands over her mouth. When life gives you a
Anyway,
button,
this is
push it.
definitely
I
a
mean,
bomb.
yes, but we don't have a button yet.
guarantee it.
How do you know?
I just do, okay?
You sounded pretty sure about the switch, too. How do you know all this?
Let's just say it's an occupational hazard.
What kind of occupation do you have?
I can't tell you that.
Spare me the bullshit. This isn't time for keeping secrets.
Please, just trust me. Look, I know I'm
have no reason
repeating
to.
myself, but I'm sure that's a bomb. And it's not just any kind of bomb. It's an antimatter bomb.
Antimatter? Wait,
What?
you mean a bomb that uses annihilation energy?
Oh, you know what that is? Anyway, yes, you're right.
What's Annie-Hill Nation?
I would have thought you'd know.
Huh? Why?
Well, your name is Quark. You do know what that means, right?
Yeah? Grandpa told me about it. He said it's an elementary particle, one of the smallest
I'm an
bits
auntie.
of matter.
I matter.
But I don't really know anything else.
I see. Can you explain it to him, Tenmyoji?
Me?
Well, you know him best. I thought you could explain it best.
Cool.
Let me
No worries,
think.
Jesse.
I don't know. It's hard to think of a way to explain it in simple terms.
You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
I am the best auntie. Fine nodded and turned to Quark.
Okay. To begin with, we usually refer to bits of matter as particles, but there are also these things called antiparticles. For example, an electron is a particle with a negative charge. It has a sort of opposite, which is the antiparticle called the positron. It has a positive charge instead of a negative one, like the electron. So, protons have antiprotons and neutrons have antineutrons. Antimatter is a general term that covers all the antiparticles. The thing that's interesting about antimatter is that because it's the opposite of normal matter, when they collide, they both sort of cancel each other out. When they cancel each other out, though, it releases a whole bunch of energy. That process is called annihilation. So, an antimatter bomb is a bomb that uses annihilation energy.
I don't know how old he is, but did that make sense?
Sorry. I don't really get it.
Oh. All right, how about this? You've got men and women, right? They're kind of like complete opposites. What happens when you put them together? Well, if there were, quantum men and women, then when you put them together, they'd disappear. Because their opposite elements cancel each other out. Like when a plus cancels out a minus, you get 0. That's annihilation. But when you
That
get
is certainly a
annihilation,
better way
you
of-
also get...
I know! A baby!
Exactly. In this case, the baby you get is the energy from the annihilation. It's not a real baby, of course, but like a baby, it's got all sorts of potential to do amazing things.
That's kind of a strange explanation.
Yes.
You followed it, though, right?
Yeah!
Yeah, but that thing under the bed isn't going to be making a baby. Just how big of a... just how big of an explosion are we gonna get here?
It's pretty simple, actually. Just use Einstein's E = mc squared. The mass lost during annihilation will be converted to energy, so...
So you would take the total mass of matter and antimatter and multiply it by the speed of light squared. That should get you the amount of energy.
For example, let's say that it has 350 milligrams of antimatter. That would mean there would also be 350 milligrams of matter, right?
So you'd have 700 milligrams total.
Yes. That means annihilation would produce roughly 63 trillion joules.
63 trillion joules?
That's about as much energy as the Hiroshima bomb.
What the... You've got to be kidding me. But there's only
remember
350
the
milligrams of stuff in there.
My brother remembers.
Well, technically it's 700 milligrams since you have the matter and the antimatter.
That's not the point. We're talking about something that weighs less than a gram being equal to a bomb that weighed like 10,000 pounds.
Don't get so excited. I think I know what kind of bomb this is. It's probably using antihydrogen. There should only be about 25 micrograms of material in there.
That's less than 1,000th of a gram. So you'd only get about 45 billion joules of energy, right?
What does that mean?
About as much explosive power as 1 ton of TNT.
A ton?
Yes. Well, approximately.
And how exactly should I not worry about that? That's enough to blow up a 10-story building!
True.
Only.
But it's a lot less powerful than an atomic bomb. We don't know how big this place is. If we can get far enough away from the bomb, we might have a chance of survival.
But it has a 3 in it.
Perhaps, but how do we know this is the only bomb?
What do you mean?
Look at it carefully. It's got a number 3. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. And there's got to be something powering this place.
If the bombs are numbered,
then there could be a number 2 bomb and number 1 bomb out there.
yes. There's no way to know if this is the final bomb either. There could be a 4th, or a 5th, or...
9.
Anyway, we can't just sit here and do nothing. We should move it. Somewhere.
Yeah, 999. Dio, step forward and reach for the bomb.
No! Don't touch it!
Alice grabbed Dio by the wrist and jerked him away from the bed.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Have you got a death wish or something? This bomb is here because somebody planted it. Do you really think they didn't rig it to go off if some idiot tried to move it?
Well, then what the fuck are we supposed to do?
We'll just have to leave it be for now, until we can find the detonator or figure out how to turn it off.
Then you're telling us we should just prance off and ignore the incredibly deadly bomb that is probably gonna kill us all?
There's not much else we can do.
Do you know how to turn it off?
Well, there is a way.
Then spill the beans, lady. How do we turn the damn thing off?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate.
So we just need to get this password?
Yes, that's right.
We have a password. There's no keyboard or anything on the bomb.
Look again. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
Uh-huh.
Who would do something like this?
I have no idea.
Yes, but which one?
We can
A,
figure
B,
out when
C.
we did it. When you and I searched this room, we didn't find anything, right? So
No.
that means the bomb must have been planted after we'd left.
Yes. After we left, huh? When we went and checked the chromatic doors, we were all there. And after that, we've all been around other people. There's no way anyone could have snuck off to plant it.
I don't know about that. After we finished the AB game, we all split up. But if someone planted it right before then...
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Before we went off to the 3 rooms, we searched the hallway. Everybody was all split up.
Yeah. Anyone could have come by here then. It would have been easy to sneak away.
You know, I don't remember seeing you around, Sigma. What were you doing?
Brooding in the factory area, the warehouse area. I was just kind of deep in thought, I guess. I stayed behind in the warehouse when you guys went off. You want a nap? We'll have a nap then. Naps are good. I give you permission. Hey, why are you guys giving me that look? You don't think I planted it, do you?
I never said that.
Not out loud, you didn't. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know anything about this bomb.
Really? Are you sure? Back when we were in the AB room, you said you saw the moment when the bomb exploded.
You traitor! That was, just a... I could hardly say premonition. They didn't think it was the worst lie on the planet. They think I was insane. Wait! This doesn't make any sense. According to Temioji, only one of us could have been in here. Yeah, exactly. Where did I put it? We all got all our stuff taken off us. No one has any pockets or bags. I don't know where these bombs were stashed. Why am I the only one who's under suspicion? Also, there's no way to know the culprit here is actually one of us. Maybe there's someone else in here and they set up the...
Impossible.
Why?
There's no way that would get past Zero. And there's no way Zero would let anybody do something that would get in the way of the game going forward. What?
When you say Zero, you mean the AI, right?
Of course.
This is confusing. From now on, let's refer to the real Zero, the one behind all of this, as Zero Senior, which would, of course, make the AI Zero Junior.
Okay. Fine with me. Anyway, whichever one it is, they're not going to let a 10th person in. There's no way.
What if the 10th person is Zero Senior?
I don't think it could be.
Why not?
Well, Zero Jr. said so. He said that the real Zero was one of us.
Fine, Clover, we're right. There couldn't be a 10th guest. And Zero Senior was, without a doubt, one of us. If that was the case, then could Zero Senior have planted the bomb? If not, then who had? Stop suspecting Quark! It's just listing off all the names now. That seemed insane, but could it have been Quark? No! He's like 9! Why would Zero Senior have gone to all the trouble of setting a bomb? Dopey! Hi, Dopey! To make this game more exciting? To make it seem more dangerous? Come in. Where's my Dopey bun? Braid! How was End Zone a world apart? No! There are biscuits for everyone! Biscuits for everyone! Hello, welcome raiders. My name is Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. We are playing the nunnery games. We're in the second game, which is Virtue's Last Reward, otherwise known as VLR. We have lots of biscuits. We are this many through, which is not quite half. So if you've not played it before and don't want spoilers, then I'm sorry, there probably will be spoilers. So, you know, feel free to go. Otherwise, please stay. We've played this before, so I'm getting lots of foreshadowings and things, but I'm trying to be optimistic and I'm doing all the ally decisions I can first. And we are currently over on the right here in this long thing. We just discovered a bomb. To make this game more exciting, to make it seem more dangerous? No, it didn't fit at all. But if that were the case, then the person who planted the bomb was someone other than Zero Senior. But yes, people. Hi. Welcome in, and thanks, Dopey.
Oh no! This is bad!
What gave you that
Press
idea?
The buttons on your bracelet.
Oh. Oh, we've got 4 minutes. Shit. Is this for real?
We've only got 4 minutes until the chromatic doors open!
Run.
Let's go then.
Let's deal with the bomb
You're
later.
right. This bomb thing is gonna have to wait until later.
Because we'll all die if we don't go through the doors. So yeah, this is the second game in the series. This is on Game Pass on Xbox. Yes! Random aside, but heavy foreshadowing. I know, right? Also, there's a missing dead body. She's gonna bug me until we find it. Schrodinger's cat. Yes. If we've not found the dead body, is the dead body really dead? I forget as well. I can't remember which one, because I dot all over the timelines, so, you know. But yeah.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic
There's a lot of kids
doors
playing outside.
close.
Which is great. They're just
The doors have
very
opened.
noisy.
We need to figure out who's going where and fast.
So our options this time are, no
We
time.
don't have time to wait for you to figure it out. Just pay attention. I'm only gonna say this once.
Violate out our options. Option A. Option B. Option C. We want to pair it with Phi. Possibly.
Three minutes remain until
There's so many
chromatic
different
doors
routes. There's like
close.
3 main things that happen. Okay. Okay. Now, how are we going to do this? Because we don't have a
We
choice
need a
here.
system here, or we'll never
There's
have
no
time to
choice.
argue it out. Why don't we let the people who are at the most disadvantage right now decide?
Most what?
The people who only have 1 BP.
Oh, so that would be me, you, and Temioji.
No way. I refuse.
Well, then what would you suggest?
We'll be fair and take a vote.
A vote? So we all just like raise our hands for the option we want?
Exactly.
So which one
Sure.
do you want, Alice?
Option C. I want to go with Sigma and Luna.
Tough. Pick something else.
My. Looks like you're not so fond of me anymore. Do you agree with him, Luna?
I'll just let Sigma decide.
Fine.
I'd like option C too. Clover and I were a pair for the first round, so I feel that I can trust her. What about you, Quark?
Totally gonna betray you.
That's fine with me.
So that's 3 votes for option C, counting mine. How about the rest of you?
I'd like to pair up with Sigma and Luna too.
Option B then. Let's go with 5. You good with that, Luna?
Sure. I really don't mind.
Then we've got 3 votes for option B.
I'd like to go with option A.
I'm gonna pair it with Alice? You're a strange duck.
How about you, Tenmyoji?
I don't mind going with option A.
Okay. This is
One
not really going to
minute
go well.
remains until
'Cause
chromatic
I don't get a
doors
choice
close.
in this, and we've just done 3-3-3. So 2 votes for A, 3 votes for B and C. Oh. If Clover's vote doesn't decide this thing, we're going to have to figure something else out. B. Go
Which
for
one
B,
do you
Clover.
want, Clover?
I want to go with option C. Quark chose Ally in the first round, and I was with Kay in the first round.
Then that's what we're doing.
Okay, option C had won with 4 votes. Okay, we don't get a choice. We're not going with Phi this time. We must go with Phi when we do a betray first. We're almost out of time, and I didn't exactly have a convincing argument. I was going to have to go with the majority, so... Alice, if you kill me this time,
10
there's going to be a
seconds
problem.
remain until chromatic doors close.
I mean, if we're going with Alice, then literally when we get to the voting, she's going to have to ally, else we're dead.
9, 8, 7.
The doors are closing.
No worries, Malibor.
Let's go.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. Oh, wait, Luna, we've got to get to the blue door. Okay, we're going through the blue door. Okay. So we've done the blue door. We'll have done the blue door in every single one of them then. Pressure exchange chamber. Rec room, so it's whatever the third room is in that
Right.
bump. Well, she either allies and we ally, or we betray and she allies. She's unlikely to try and kill us. But we have no compunction betraying her at some point, I think. I don't know. But we're going with ally this time anyway. We dashed towards the blue, everyone else disappeared. Something red, something green.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. Well, she betrayed us, so yes, if she betrays us again, then she would have 9. But we would be dead. Not just locked in, dead. There's 3 doors. Oh, this is the garden!
It looks like they're all locked, though.
Does that
The
mean
bee
this is
garden.
just a dead end?
Back garden? Well, there's a weird lever thing over here. Pull the lever!
Try pulling it.
Lever! How about you try pulling
Hey,
it?
what's with all this hostility? Are you still mad about the last AB game?
Bee garden! Bird garden! Of course I am.
Please don't fight. We need to work
just says
together,
B.
or we're really going to be in trouble. Please.
So that's the one we've not been in yet.
Very well. I'll pull the lever then. Is that okay?
Yeah, go right ahead. See if I care.
The goody. The pride bee. I like those emotes. One of the doors opened.
But only one.
Yeah.
I wonder how you open the other
3 chances, so we get 3 different
Who
things, so
cares?
we get
We should
3
get
different
moving.
rooms. Otherwise it gets boring. They want to give us variety. The vegetable. It's the vegetable garden. What is this place? Don't tell me we somehow managed to get outside. No, that's clearly a fake sky.
I doubt it. Look up. There's a ceiling up there.
Yeah, I remember the door said bee garden or something. What's a bee garden?
It probably stands for something. Maybe beautiful?
Aww.
This feels like a whole other little world.
Like an oasis in the middle of all this metal.
I feel
So
kind
good to
of
be.
weird saying this, considering where we are, but this
Yeah.
place feels so liberating. All of this green. It's wonderful.
It's huge, though. We'll wear ourselves ragged trying to search the whole thing.
Big garden. This must be the exit. Hydroponic. You want the opposite of hydroponic. Isn't that just a garden? I don't know any fancy words for it.
We should split up and look around.
Agreed.
Well, let's get to it then. Best garden. Is that like best film? I feel for sure we hit a lock somewhere. Maybe we don't. Do we ever find out what B stands for? Okay. Buttons. Nothing happens. There's a waterfall. Oh, just get a little wet. What on earth is that? That's a birdie garden. Bronze key. There's a gravestone in here. It's a paprika. Ah, it's a pepper. Paprika is what you call the spice. Well, either way, I'm allergic to it. I don't want to touch it. Okay, I got a yellow coin. Tomatoes. Look like onions. Cucumbers. You got the makings of a salad. It's a skunk cabbage. Ew. We're digging it up because we've got a spade. We've got a box with a gold lid. Probably not going to go with the bronze key, but... Metal detector. This is... It looks like a tombstone. So the people buried here are Mr. Tufoy and Mrs. Ego Aris. Tufoy Ego Aris. Well, that's Latin. Tufoy Ego Aris. It's an epitaph. Okay. Tufoy Ego Aris. Anyone know what that means? That's a keyhole. I can smell onions. We have a key, but it won't fit. Just listen to my microphones. There's a mosaic. It's a lion. Ooh. No, I can't make it eat the sun. Aww. Oh, hello. There's a knife. And a key. Tu foi ego eris. She's gonna cook us. She's channeling you, Fuzzy. Ooh, torn scrap of paper. I've got a piece of metal. I can go and look again if that wasn't clear. Ah, okay, so there's a bronze box underneath moss and a silver box underneath the mushrooms. We got the gold box from the skunk cabbages though. As you were, I will be. That sounds vaguely right. Yay! There's another key. Thank you, Luna. Right, okay. So we've got a knife. Can we pair something like a tomato? Alright. Ooh, tree. Hello, there's something on that bench. Ah, that looks like it pairs with that thing. The lever handle. Oh, I found a mushroom. I've got a bronze box, and we have a bronze key. I went the wrong way again. Another scrawn cap of paper. A scrawn cap of paper! Scrawn! Icon words. Okay. Ooh, hello. Too dark. Okay, well, I'm gonna just turn it back on while I get this up thing. Yes, as you were, I will be. I think that makes sense based off what we know. Well, what we know from having played it before. Could be buttons, could be something to do with the buttons. So left, right, right, left, middle, middle, right. But let's turn the lights off first because we did the lever. It's really dark, I can barely see. Oh look, there's a star. The purple star. A little purple star, a big blue star, little yellow star, a little green star, and a really big freaking red one. We should make a note. P. I'm going to call size 1. And I'm going to call that size 2. Can we call that size 2 also? Actually no, I'm going to call that size 3. This is really tiny. I'm going to call that size 0 because otherwise I've got to renumber everything, and then red is size 4. Sorry, I'm being really quiet now because I'm just concentrating. Okay, so we've picked up boxes, we've got buttons, we've got the button notes, right. What was it again? Left, right, right, left, middle, middle, right. Because I can't take my inventory into the buttons. Ah, I could see it enough. But that's fine. It's always useful just to have a reference, just in case. The waterfall stopped. Okay. Okay, so that is... gold. Wrong way. We've got a metal detector. And a knife, okay. Right, okay, so we should, very least, use the metal detector on the fruit. Oh, I got a red coin. Onion? Nope. That's how we get the coins. So now we have coins. Okay. But purple, blue, yellow, green, red. Ah, no, we just have to go and weigh things. When the ninth lion eats the sun, okay, right, memo. So, green is bigger than yellow. Green is bigger than red. Of course green is going to be bigger than nothing, because I haven't done the thing yet. Alright, so green is the biggest. Okay, so... white is bigger than red. What do you mean fail? Ah. Okay, so white and yellow. So yellow is greater than white. We just need to do red and yellow. Yellow is greater than red. So, green, yellow, white, red. I haven't figured out what we're doing with the stars yet, though. Does it want me to actually do something with the scales, or can I just go and I'm just going to go and stick them in the thingy? Okay. Press the star buttons in the correct order. Okay. Alright, so what are we doing? Biggest to smallest or smallest to biggest? Okay, so red, blue, yellow, purple, green. Start again. Red, blue, yellow, purple, green. And then try the other way around if that doesn't get us the right colour. Ah, it got us a blue one. Nice. So the other way around would be green, purple, yellow, blue, red. Oh, okay. Wait, is that right? Green, purple, yellow, blue, red. Green, purple. Okay. Well, I got the blue one, but not the green one. Interesting. Let's go put the blue one in, at least. Moon, star, sun. Interesting. I got the blue one off first off the bat this time. Which is weird, because usually I get the green one and I'm like, no, I need the other one. Alright, what do we got? Ice 9! Ooh, Kurt Vonnegut. There's probably a book called Actual Ice 9. There's a rumor that says all the water in Alice's body is actually Ice 9. It's to keep her body temperature above 36 degrees Celsius. That's hot. H. Kentaro Hongu? Yes, we were mentioning H before. Photo follower of Free the Soul. Morphogenic field theory. Immunoglobulin. IG replicator. Immunoglobulin. I can't say it. Immunoglobulin. Integer factorization. There we go. 2 foi. Ego Eris. Not about a pair of sexy toaster waffles. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Implication is the person in question was once alive like the reader, but that the reader will someday also be dead. SOIS. Special Office of Internal Security, or SOIS, is an elite intelligence organization under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense, the DoD. They investigate potentially disruptive or dangerous elements such as domestic or foreign terrorists, radical political splinter groups, and religious organizations with extreme agendas that could pose a threat to the state or citizenry. Their stated purpose is to maintain peace, but their charter authorizes them to arrest, detain, or even kill. Scary. I wonder why I'd been told that. No, you weren't. We're close. Okay. I mean, green, purple, yellow, blue, red. Is the opposite of what I put in to get the blue code. But I'm guessing it's not in the opposite. So I'm missing something? It's weird. Usually it's like I don't miss the green code. Could literally be referring. Ah, maybe it's the order they are in here. So purple. Purple, blue, yellow, green, red. That makes more sense. That it's the order they are in the actual garden, and I just picked out the size thing because that made sense to me, but actually the solution is just easier. It's just the order they are. We'll try that. Purple, blue, yellow, green, red. There we go. So I got the hardest one first. There we go. No, it's dinner time for me. I'm always yawning. I'm just always tired, so. That's my default mode, unfortunately. Chronic fatigue. Okay, right. So, moon, star, moon. It's fine. I deal with it. Ooh, we've got some kind of. Ooh, we've got time map. We've got the normal map. The moon cards. Yep, this is it. This is the time map. Nevada test site, EDB Rhizome 9. C. Off to the right, which is where we want to be, is off to the right. The time map. It won't make sense yet. Well, that makes sense now. Will that help us at some point? I didn't know it's only the word for it. Antibody. So, whether IG makes sense right now whether it'll... I don't think it'll help with the fact that it really would have been useful had we known IG was a minion goblin when we were in... That room? No. That room. The lab. So it might be more helpful here if we stop Dio escaping. The globulins are immune to poison. Yeah, the globulins. It's like I know the word, I just could not say it to save my life. Oh, I'm getting hungry now. What am I gonna do? Pasta, takeout. No sooner had we stepped out of the garden and I saw 3 people I watched leave through the green door sometime later. Whoa. What do you
We ought to
guys
be
doing
asking
here?
you the same. How'd you get here?
Sigma, hand me the map.
Goblins with immunity is much more amusing, yeah. I took the map out of my pocket and spread it in front of us.
You 3 came in through the blue door, right? And which room did you go into?
Fan-shaped one, it's called the Bee Garden.
Bee garden?
It's this big dome with a bunch of plants in it. Oh, it's the Bee Garden because it's on floor B. Possibly, there we go. That's boring. Yeah, this game is 24 hours for the first game
Well,
and 48
after we
for the
went through
second
the green
if you
door, we
play it
ended
through
up in the
without
treatment
skipping.
center.
Though I don't think really you can skip too much. It is quite a chunky game. Right here.
So, what's the treatment center? It sounds a lot like the infirmary.
You want to have a look? We can go back to any of the rooms we've already visited.
Have you already entered Warboats, Dan? Because otherwise it's already
So?
stuck in your collection. After a few moments of brisk walking, we found ourselves in the treatment center. It is a very big, long visual novel. Treatment center. Pods. There's a lion eating the sun. So, average length for a visual novel. I would say this one isn't. I'd say this one is long for a visual novel. But I don't usually play through every single option with every other novel. So maybe. But I say this particular game, the second game, is on the longer side of a visual novel, whereas the first one is on the shorter side. I think Penguin Pop ones are short visual novels, which is great because it means that I can do all the reading and get most of the game in one. I don't know, just be prepared if it's in your collection when you hit register, Dan, that they've recorded it then. The validation just takes any achievements you've won since then. If you stuck with it, you stuck with it. It'll be the most important hit if you get it. That'll be there. It'll be literally the most important one. But if you do, then let me know and I can help you plot the most efficient path. But yeah. We will see. We will see. Yeah. I'd say because this is one that I play all the options, and I don't always do that with all the visual novels because there's not as much differentiation, it feels like. And I played a lot of visual novels. This one definitely has taken the most, yeah. Oh, wow. I've not played that. Ah, right. Yeah, I've not played a lot of those type of ones. I've not played Steins Gate and that sort of thing. I was thinking more like the ones that you can skip through all the text, though I don't, which are usually several streams. Like the first stream is literally just me doing the prologue of reading it out. But those ones are very much more just visual novel picks and choices, Whereas I feel like Steins Gate and this are more, there's some puzzles in there and you have to do some solving and then things link up. Yeah. I mean, I generally do go for completion. So yeah, I'm just going to let the story play through.
They're
What are
why this
those?
is called a treatment center. Those pods
Yeah,
can
these are
cure
my
a number
favorite.
of illnesses and even repair certain injuries.
Someone's in one of them because there's a blue light.
How about
That's
you
nuts.
climb in one of them, Dio?
I love
Why?
these, right?
Well, maybe it can fix whatever's wrong with your brain.
Hey, you want to start something, lady?
Calm down now, son. You don't cool off a bit and I'll have to throw you in one of these pods here.
Professor Layton as well, maybe.
Why?
Weren't you paying attention? They have a cold sleep function. I figured that ought to cool your head up.
Wait. Did you say cold sleep? That's where they freeze you, right? And you can stay that way for a really long time?
Yeah?
According to some records we found in here, until about 8 hours ago, there were 3 frozen people in these pods.
3 people? Who?
You mean 3 of us were?
We don't know. All we found was what was in the
Over
logs for
hours
the
and
pods.
How long were they here?
No idea. Part of the logs were erased. All that's left is when the cold sleep function turned off. It records them thawing out, getting up. That's it.
Then they could be anyone.
Well, anyone but you.
What, why not Alice?
Because you don't need a device like this to freeze Alice. Am I wrong?
Huh? What are you talking about?
You don't need to play dumb. The water in your body isn't normal water.
Oh my god!
It's something called ice 9. It freezes at 96.8 degrees. That means all you have to do to put yourself in cold sleep is drop your body temperature below 96.8. No fancy machine needed.
Where on earth did you hear that?
From Clover.
Clover?
When we were exploring the lounge during the first round.
I see.
What's so funny?
Oh man, you fell for that one hook, line, and sinker, didn't you? Clover was messing with you. That is, if she even said anything to you at all. It was a lie. A joke?
A joke? No, there's no way it was a joke. I'm sure about it. Your body is made of ice 9.
Well, you're mistaken. It's a ridiculous misunderstanding. An urban legend.
With seeming no other prompting, Alice launched into a lengthy explanation. It went something like this. At some point in the past, someone found a frozen mummified Egyptian queen. What was curious about this mummy, however, was that it remained frozen at room temperature. People began to refer to her as All Ice, which eventually became simply Alice. Rumours that her body was made of Ice 9 began to circulate, and her bizarre refusal to thaw only compounded them. This is where it completely refutes the bit that they're Alice.
They say that the mummy finally thawed, and when it did, it began to move. And ever since then, I've had people say they thought I was her. I mean, really, how could anyone believe something so ridiculous? The existence of this mysterious Alice and of this ice that doesn't melt are just urban legends.
Why would people make that mistake about you in particular?
It can't just be because your name's Alice. There are tons of Alices.
Is it because of your face and how you look?
Well, it is true that I am both beautiful and elegant. Can I really be blamed if people think I'm an Egyptian queen? I don't think that's the only reason, though. Someone who made that mistake said something to me once. They claimed they'd seen me before. Of course, I immediately pressed the issue. Do you mean the mummy, Alice? I said. When? Where? Of course, they were at a loss. In fact, I began to feel a little sorry for them. So I told them something. If you're so convinced, then maybe I am actually Alice. But maybe I've lost my memory and can't remember who I am. And so on and so on.
Exactly. It's like the whole outfit.
I'm still not sure why Clover would tell you something like that, though. Even if she was just messing with you, it seems a little out of left field.
You really think she put that much thought into it? She was probably just screwing with him and it was the first thing that came to mind. Maybe she wanted to see if she could get him to believe something completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I could see her doing something like that. Well, I think that's enough idle gossip for now. The cold sleep business is interesting, but I don't think it's terribly useful. We should go see if the other team has returned to the warehouse yet.
At Alice's request, we made our way out of the treatment center. One of the things was blue. Maybe that was part of the puzzle.
It looks like another warehouse.
It looks like the same warehouse.
Hey, look.
3 more doors.
They're all glowing white. You think?
These might be the next set of chromatic doors. How long have we got?
I'd bet on it. Look, they've got the same boxes next to them as the other doors.
So the next set of doors are white?
They haven't all been the same color before.
We definitely need to tell the others about this.
Right. Let's head back to Flore. Now you said something, Malleable, though you probably won't because of spoilers. It's like, now the door scenes are really annoying. It's nice. It's a nice interlude. Should probably think about finishing up. It's only 8. Going 5.5 hours. I really want to continue, but also I really need to eat. So, dilemma. Oh, you can nap. You don't have to wait up. I just feel like I'm going to hit a lock soon. I really feel like I'm going to hit a lock.
Oh, thank goodness.
I said that I'm probably not. There should be a vote and then it looks like a short ending. Like Alice is going to kill me and escape type thing. So I'm just continuing to do the vote. Thank goodness.
Finally returned. I was beginning to get anxious.
Okay, what films have you got? Did something happen?
It's Quark, you see. He...
What? What happened to Quark?
He collapsed.
Oh,
it
no.
happened so suddenly. We were just searching our room.
What?
Why
Please,
is
must
he
hurry to the
collapsing in all
infirmary.
of these?
Clover is looking after him, but his condition could change at any moment. You should go.
We don't have any Accelavir in this. Evil Dead and Schindler's List. Wow, they are polar opposites. Temioji shoved Kay aside and leapt through the yellow door. The rest of us exchanged a few startled looks, then ran off after him. Which did you watch before? Which was the other third? Which was a third?
Quark, come on, kid. Get a hold of yourself.
I think I've seen the first Evil Dead. Temioji grabbed Quark's shoulders and began to shake him desperately. It was Clover who stopped him.
Hey, what are you doing? He's sick, and we don't even know what's wrong with him. What if you make him worse?
He's a scanner.
Then what am I supposed to do?
I didn't really like
I
the
have
first
to
one.
save him.
So I haven't watched it
Save?
anymore.
That seems a little extreme. Maybe he just has anemia or something.
No, that's not
Vertigo by
it.
Hitchcock.
I know him better than any of
Very
you.
old school.
He doesn't have anemia. He's never just collapsed before.
Well, then call an ambulance and stop freaking out about it.
You son of a bitch. This is serious.
The infirmary seems pretty well equipped.
I'm
There are
not
plenty
sorry,
of
like horror
diagnostic
comedy.
tools, but
I've watched
Without a
several,
doctor,
but I
there's
don't
not going
think
to be
it's my
much we can
thing.
do with them.
I just don't get the humor. It just feels
Luna?
painful.
That's right. I remember Dio saying something. You have
But
a
then
medical
I
license, don't you?
experience like
Wait,
stuff differently.
really? Is that true, Luna?
Well, yes, but
You have to take a look at him then. Please. Quark needs your help.
okay.
I have films to
I'll
watch.
see what
I've
I
got
can
them on.
do.
I've got the Now TV film subscription for
I think
another
that
month.
machine over there
I've
is a
got
medical
new
scanner.
Ghostbusters, the new
It's called an
Matrix, the new
atom.
Venom.
It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
That thing can tell us what's wrong with Quark.
Yes, I believe it can.
I don't want to rush you, but the sooner the better. Just let us know if you need anything.
Of course.
100 films. I mean, they are 100 good films or 100 like what particular types of films? Process only took a few minutes. The machine scanned Quark's body, and within seconds, his results lit up the screen. You like half of the new Matrix? Well, I like the first Matrix film, and I'm ambivalent about the second two, but I have not watched the new one yet. Where's too complicated? Lena's face grew dark. She bit her lip before she spoke.
Well, I know what's wrong with him. I feel so terrible saying this, but Quark has an infection. A viral infection.
Oh no.
Oh no. Don't tell me.
Yes. He's been infected with a virus called Radical 6.
Poor Quark. Why is it always Quark? I mean, and Atlas, but also, why is it Quark? You heard this virus, Radical 6, I mean?
Yeah. I told Alice and Tenmyoji about it.
Phi and I heard about it from Luna.
You and Luna were two of the first people to investigate the infirmary. They must have seen the newspaper clipping that Quark found. I'd stayed behind after the AB game, and they'd all split up and gone into different rooms. It seems like one way or another, everyone heard about Radical 6.
No. He can't. How could he have gotten
Yeah,
infected?
I get that.
That's not possible.
I mean, I doubt they had food. Something about the tone of his voice seems strange. Why wasn't it possible? Had Tenmyoji known about Radical 6 before the rest of us?
There must be something we can do! How can we cure him?
Did anyone find a lab?
Adam says there's an antiviral serum called Excelavir. It's the only way to counteract Radical 6. If we can inject him with some, he should be okay.
Where is it? Shouldn't it be in the infirmary somewhere?
We looked around, but we didn't see anything.
I don't trust a damn thing you say. I'm asking Luna.
I'm sorry, but Dio's telling the
Yeah.
truth. We didn't find anything.
It's a really good allegory. I do like the first
What
two.
about the other rooms?
I mean,
Sigma,
Switch.
What about you? Did you find anything?
No, nothing like medicine. I mean, it was just like a park. Just vegetation and stuff, but no medicine.
What about you, Kay? Was there any medicine in your room?
We visited the laboratory. There were a number of chemicals and concoctions there, some of which were medicine, but nothing like what we're searching for, I'm afraid.
The laboratory?
Oh god. Then he's...
Did Dio go to the lab?
He's going to... Oh god, no.
Just to be sure. The three of you went to the treatment center, right? You're sure it wasn't there?
No, there was nothing even remotely like it. You went there too, didn't you? The only thing in the treatment center are those treatment pods.
Can we put him in a treatment pod? If we put Quark in one of those... But yeah, there's literally a character called Switch in the first Matrix.
Quark?
Quark! Oh, thank God. You're awake.
Get away from me!
What?
He's lost his hat.
Quark, what are you...
Sorry, Grandpa. I can't. I have to.
Have to what? What are you talking about?
Isn't it obvious? I have to escape.
But how?
Like this!
Quark's hand moved like lightning. He'd grabbed hold of the scalpel and was driving it straight towards his heart. Don't like this bit. Stop.
No! Let go! Let go of me!
Pretty tough for a kid. Hey guys, I could use a hand here.
Yeah, right.
On it.
Me too.
Stop it! Let go of me, you jerks!
What are you doing, Tamioji? Get over there. Can you even hear me?
Oh, right.
Damn you!
I mean, Schindler's List is
Why won't you
just
let me
poignant.
go? I have to get out of this body! They can't lock away the soul! Once my body's gone, my soul can escape!
So that would be my vote for
Please.
tonight, but have
You
tissues.
have to let me go! Let me go! I'm trapped
Oh yeah,
here.
I'm the same, Fuzzy.
Let me die! I have to die! Kill me! Somebody!
There are some critically acclaimed films that really just shouldn't be on any top lists anymore because they are just bad. Jesus, this kid's lost it. Hey, somebody get that scalpel away from him. Good. Thanks, whoever that was. Quark barely even seemed to notice the loss of the scalpel. I mean, I did a podcast on like the top rated film for like the last however many years, and some of them were just objectively bad. What are we gonna do? We're gonna calm him down somehow.
Luna,
Yes?
are there any tranquilizers in here?
No. Well, I mean,
What?
there's Superil Beta.
Soperil?
That's the anesthetic. The one that's in our bracelets. Good.
2001
Perfect.
Space Odyssey. I'm fairly
Hit him
certain
with
that
some
made me
of
fall
that.
asleep.
What?
He'll be fine.
I don't know
It's
if I've seen
just an
Apocalypse Now.
anesthetic, Tenmyoji. It won't hurt him, I promise.
I watched Schindler's List at school.
Just hurry up and do it. Come on, Luna.
Okay, let me just...
Yeah, The Exorcist is kind of very meh. Hi, Lily McGree.
Okay, I've got it.
Good. Wait until he's... Now! Do it now!
Right.
No! Stop!
How you doing, lovely?
Stop!
Yay, just in time for film chat.
Respiration, blood pressure, brainwave. According to these readings,
normal.
he's in a very deep sleep.
Can we put him in a really, really, really deep sleep? Yeah, I guess we're good for now, but...
Yes,
What about the anesthetic? How long will it last?
he shouldn't wake up for a few hours.
Man, he sure was strong for such a little guy.
I think that might be the virus's fault. It probably attacks the part of the brain that governs reason. Without anything to hold it back, his body was using every ounce of strength it had.
Yeah? How do you know?
Huh?
Oh, well,
How much do you know about this Radical 6?
oh, not much.
I mean, punching humans
I probably know about
depends
as
on
much
what
as
they've
you
done.
do.
Nazis
All I've
definitely
seen
punch
about it is that
Nazis.
newspaper article.
The rest is, yeah.
Why would I
But
lie
no, I'm
about
sorry.
that? I've seen other viruses
Someone's driven
do the
you to
same
that
thing.
sort of thought
I was
because
just
that's not like
making
a bad
guess.
situation to be in. Hug.
So when Quark tried to kill himself, are you saying that was because of Radical 6 too?
Yes, at least I think so.
So, what kind of virus is Radical 6?
What are you doing?
I turned and followed Temioji's gaze. Oh no, Alice! Nested Alice, a hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. No! This is supposed to be... This is supposed to be a safe route with no Radical 6s, no people dying or whatever. I mean, yes, at least Deer doesn't... I don't mind if Deer wants to kill himself. We don't like Deer, remember? Apparently she had been the one to take it away from Quark. The longer I looked at her, however, the more I wondered if she'd taken it to protect him or for some other more sinister reason. Well, yeah, that's a good point. She didn't seem stable. In fact, she looked far more like Quark had a moment ago, and I was entirely comfortable with. Do we have any more Soberil? Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. Alice? Hey, you feeling okay?
We're all going to die.
Huh?
We're all dead already. Only terrorists would resort to biological warfare. But they will. Soon.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about?
You don't understand? All of humanity is going to die. The virus will spread. Adults, children, everyone. Everyone! There won't be anyone left!
Run!
I'd rather die here!
Wait! Alice! We were all too stunned to even try and restrain her. Well, she's definitely not going to betray us if she's like this. We just stood there. She spun around and leapt through the door, which makes betraying her if she's like this really, really shitty. So we're going to ally. I shook myself and took off after her. But those few moments of hesitation had put too much distance and too many doors between us. She's in room 2! In the crew quarters! Shit. Which way did she go? Yeah, she's not going to vote. I know, but no! I don't want to do that. I was still trying to decide when everyone else poured out of the infirmary.
You lost her.
It's our only last ally route. We're definitely picking ally until we start betraying
Well,
people.
let's split up and look. Quickly. She can't have gotten too far.
Right.
Look, if you find her, it's probably best not to shout or anything. Just do your best not to provoke her. Understood? Gotcha. Tenmyoji, I think you should stay here with Quark. The rest of us can look for Alice. Sound good?
Yeah, I stay here. Got it.
All right, let's move, people. Get going.
Vice command, we scattered, filtering off to the different doors. I ran, I thought, where should I look for Alice? Crew quarters, room 2. No! No, the lounge is not a good bet. You dumbass! Grab a giant spanner and whack her over the back of the head so she can't kill herself. So it works, right? She's not in the lounge. What did she say? Oh, is she in the room with the bomb? Is the bomb in 2? I forget. But anyway, no one here, huh? Oops. Damn. Where'd she go? Complaining wasn't going to help anything. I needed to go look somewhere else. Oh, there's so many options down there, though. You're going for your nap. Yep, we are coming up on 6 hours. I am going to finish soon. I just want to get to an ending or something. And I know it's going to take another like half an hour. But at this point, I'm committed. I do have tea. Drunk. I'm hungry, but it'll only take me like 15 minutes to get some food. I will never forget to eat. Don't worry. But you have a nice nap, and I will catch you later. Do you ever stream like not at 1 in the morning? Because I'd love to watch. Nothing in the treatment center either. I need to find her quick or she's going to do something bad. We haven't stopped court. Jellyfish! Jellyfish is in the treatment center. We haven't done that one yet. Ah, cool. Well, I've got notifications on, so I will hopefully catch you at some point. You take care. And thanks so much for being here. It's fun. I like it when there's other people that have played it and we can go, yay, the things that we know. But in like a subtle way, so we don't spoil it for anyone else. I've only gone a few steps from the walkway through the grass when I stopped short. Oh, the garden. Okay. Someone's in the garden. Oh no. Why?
Oh, there you are. Good. I'm glad you showed up. I just got here a minute ago. She was like this when I found her. When you showed up, I was getting ready to carry her to the infirmary.
Then she's, alive?
Yeah.
Oh,
her breathing and pulse seem normal. She doesn't appear to have any obvious external wounds.
Where's the scalpel? So she's just unconscious?
Looks like it.
What about the scalpel?
Doesn't look like she has it. Figure she probably dropped it on the way here. Anyway, we need to get her to the infirmary. Give me a hand here.
Right. Can we not just take her to the treatment room, stick her in a pod? This was lighter than I'd expected, and fine, I managed to set off towards the infirmary at a brisk trot.
Alright, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this. The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's. She has also been infected with Radical 6.
So she's not dead, so this is an improvement. Okay, on our way back, I had gone off to retrieve the rest of the participants. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke. Well, how does Kay's eyes widen? We can't see them.
No! What's going to happen to her?
Well, like I said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. There's a special antiviral treatment. Do you know what immunoglobulin is?
Immunogoblin?
It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6. Those antibodies are the basis for Excelivir.
Can we synthesize them? Wait, what about those pods in the treatment center? Can't we just stick them in those?
Right. I thought of that too, so I went and took a closer look at them. Unfortunately...
They can't cure it.
Correct. They can suppress the symptoms for a while, but they can't kill the virus itself. The only way we can help Alice and Quark is if we can find some Excelavir.
But the pods will keep them from getting any worse, right?
Yes.
Well, then what are we waiting for? One of you, grab Alice. We're going to the treatment center.
We should go to the lab as well. As he spoke, Tenmyoji moved over to Quark and lifted his small unconscious body off the bed. Quark shifted slightly as Tenmyoji moved him, and something fell out of his pocket with a soft clink. Was he in the lab? Did he pick up Excelavir? I bent down slowly and picked it up. He was in the lab. He picked up the Excelavir. He picked up the Excelavir. Is this medicine?
What? Well, what is it?
Hold on. There's a name on the label here.
Excelavir.
Excelavir.
You found it, Sigma. That's the one thing that can cure Radical 6.
But there's only one. We need the duplicator
why did Quark
thingy.
have it?
Perhaps he found it earlier.
Earlier when?
We explored the laboratory. It was on the other side of the red door. I happened to notice Quark putting something in his pocket.
He hid it?
Whether or not that was his intention is unclear. I did not have the opportunity to ask, as he collapsed immediately afterwards. It didn't feel appropriate to go digging around in his pockets for it after that. To be honest, it had also slipped my mind. We were rather preoccupied with getting him to the infirmary as
I
quickly as
wonder
possible.
if that's like a Radical 6 reaction.
Who cares about the details? We have it. Hurry up and give it to him, Luna.
Hey, hold on a minute. What about Alice?
Does it really matter if she goes first or not?
I'm sorry, but I don't think we can do that.
What?
There's only enough here for one person. The only way we have to administer this is with the injection gun. And the way it functions, it uses a whole bottle each time you pull the trigger.
In other words, we can't split the dose in two or something.
Right.
Duplicator. While we all stood stunned, Fine moved. Stepping over to Quark, she quickly ran her hands through his clothing and stepped back with a frown and a small shake of her head.
Nothing. That one bottle was it.
Do you think there might be some more back in the lab?
No. Unfortunately not.
No.
Oh, God.
Just enough medicine for one dose.
But
only one person can be saved.
Replicator. IG
Who
Replicator.
should we give it to?
Alice or Quark?
What the hell is this? There's no way we're only going to save one of them.
Then what are we going to do?
Do I have to spell it out? We're going to save them both.
How?
Oh, this is going to lock, isn't it? That's, I needed to calm down. Think. There had to be some way to save both of them. There is! There's this replicator thing, but apparently we don't know about it. It was there, I knew it. IG. Immunoglobulin. IG replicator. Come on, IG replicator.
Do you know what immunoglobulin is? It's another name for antibodies.
Come on.
Some people have antibodies that can
We
fight
already
off
have the
Radical
info for this
6.
lock. Yes!
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
Yes. So it's like a coffee machine.
Yeah. Probably copies IG, whatever that is.
Immunoglobulin. Yeah, see, it's a lock. There isn't enough antiviral medication. It's a lock. It's lock number 4, but we've already got the information, so therefore we get to open it straight away. Yes!
Who knows?
Any idea?
Ice cream by the gallon?
Immunogoblins. That's it. I've got it. The IG replicator in the laboratory. It's an immunoglobulin replicator machine.
What?
It can copy immunoglobulin antibodies. Luna just said Excelavir is made from antibodies. That means we can make more Excelavir.
Hold on a moment. There is a strange
I
device
just got,
in the
if I told you
laboratory
there was a
that
nice
says
antibody.
IG replicator.
But it didn't pop up on the thing. Open the fourth lock. There we are. I told you you had a nice antibody. Alright, and then we got the in root beer veritas. That's today. Just apparently achievements aren't popping up again. So we've not quite got the 16 rooms. Did we get 8 rooms last time? Yeah, we did. We got 8 rooms and opened the second lock. We've still got a few more rooms we haven't done. I'm getting all the files and stuff and doing them all on. So these are all endings and things and locks. And these ones that have progress will be like doing on hard. Something or other.
On it. Clover and I examined.
Yeah. We never could figure out what it did, though.
Exactly. My question is, how do you know about it, Sigma?
Because psychic. I saw it when I was in the laboratory.
When was that?
Probably when you were looking for Alice, right?
Thank you, Dio. No, Dio was wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for Alice. But it'll do as an explanation right now. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator?
If what he's saying is true, then we should be able to duplicate the Excelavir. That would mean
Hopefully
we could
no one else
cure
is ill.
Alice and Quark.
I think we have it in the first one.
Let's go have a look then. The laboratory, right?
Quark
Yeah.
disappeared.
No time to waste.
So in the very first, on the very left, I'm fairly certain when we were in the security room, we experienced Radical 6 stuffs. So, we're in trouble there. But everyone else is dead except for possibly Quark, who's missing, and his bracelet is off, so, you know, preferably if we can get to the lab, we're fine. And I don't know if anyone else is infected as yet in any of the other things. No time to waste! We all nodded. Wait! We can't leave them here all alone. Luna, do you think you could stay behind? No, she needs to replicate the thingies! Tell Temioji to look after them.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
Alright, then let's go. Yes, let's just send all the unmedically educated people to go replicate a very, very, very important cure. Sorry. There's silly things in this game. Make more sense for Temioji or like Kay to stay with them and Luna to come and do the medical thing. Luckily we have the lab open. We don't always have the lab open. It feels like there's definitely some goodness down this
So
path.
this is the lab, huh?
But probably down a betray, because if we ally and Alice betrays us once she's been cured, she's just going to escape. But it feels like maybe the betray option down this one might give us close to the true ending. But I kind of want to finish off a couple of short ones before I do any long ones. I don't know,
Yes.
maybe.
Where's this IG replicator thing?
There. Right here. See?
So this can copy the Excelavir?
I hope so.
What are we waiting for?
Calm down, alright? Don't rush me. I carefully lowered the small vial of Excelavir into the slot on the side of the machine. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. I wonder how many times we can copy it. Presumably that was where the duplicated Accelavir would go. Ready? When I push this button, it should...
Skip it. Just press the damn thing.
Yeah. Push the button, let me know if I get the wrong idea and go. I feel like we should replicate it again or something. Did it work?
Have a look. The empty vial has something in it now.
And the vial
Should have
Sigma
extra
used
copies just
remains
in
as it
case.
was. It does not seem to have lost any of its contents.
So, it worked?
Would have been pretty bad if it hadn't.
Yeah. Alright, let's get this thing back to the infirmary. I reached down and pulled both files from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket. Did you just drop them? Shit.
What happened?
Sorry. My hand slipped.
You dropped one of them?
Yeah, but it's fine.
What in the hell? What if you'd broken it, you idiot?
Come on. If it had broken, then we could have just made another copy. I think we should do that anyway. Before Temioji could reply, Fi spoke.
Guys?
I was surprised to hear her voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table. No, there's another bomb in the lab!
You see? It did break!
No, the vial's fine. See?
She held it up in one hand, but didn't move her eyes.
Then what the heck is going on down there?
Take a look.
She slid back from the table quickly inside. I'd forgotten about the bombs, to be fair. I was just like, God damn it, duplicate the cure! The rest of us bent down to look. Bomb number 2. A bomb.
Whoa. Really? That makes 2 then.
Guess Kay was right after all.
So there were more bombs.
So it would seem.
Where are they being kept?
Was this
Magical
here when you
pockets.
guys came through the first time?
No, it was not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, and I looked real hard.
Then somebody must have said it while we were looking for Alice.
Who the hell would do that?
We were all out looking for Alice. It could have been any of us. Well, no, except for Temioji, Quark, and Alice.
No, not any of us. I was back in the infirmary. Quark was still out, so I was keeping an eye on him.
So we shouldn't consider you a suspect. Is that right?
Yeah, Quark's off the list too.
But Tenmyoji, you have no proof that you spent the entire time in the infirmary, do you?
What?
You could have quietly made your way to the laboratory, planted the bomb.
That's insane! Listen to yourself! There's no way in hell
Stop
I'd let
fighting!
Quark all
Go
by
back
himself
and
to
cure
go plant a
peoples!
goddamn bomb!
Temioji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
Hey, what's this thing?
And I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table. Is it the password thingy? Why would it? Oh
looks
no,
like
it's a
a
memory card.
Memory card.
Ooh, we could look at that in the
Where was it?
infirmary.
Right under the bomb. It was down on the floor under the table.
Could it have been put here by the same person who set the bomb? There was nothing like it here when we examined this room.
Do you think they dropped it accidentally?
Unless it was left here intentionally, yes, I imagine so.
What do you think's on it?
Let's take a look. Could I see it for a minute?
Yeah, I guess so.
I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. The infirmary has a thingamajiggy. Shit. No dice. I need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything here. Someone who was in the infirmary, speak up.
So what do we do?
Ooh. What we do is very, 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 very brief break. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Ow. Come on, if I knew I'd be doing it.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Alright, okay, we've got about
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Guys, I think maybe we should get back to the top floor.
Yeah, you're right. We've got what we came here for.
What should we do about the, bomb?
Not much we can do except leave it here. Alice said it'd be dangerous to touch them.
True, but...
Drop it. We can talk about the bombs later. Right now we need to take care of Alice and Quark.
Right. So we'll go back to the infirmary, give them the Accelavir, then head to the floor A warehouse and do the AB voting thingy, yes. And we'll ally, and it's our last ally.
This ought to do it.
Yeah, so it's our last chance to actually pure ally. Everything else requires some kind of betrayal. Two unlocked locks, one locked lock, one pure ending, one just ending, one data lock. Not doing too badly.
It might take a little while, but they should recover.
Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to recruit a cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. He's already knocked out as well. She became unconscious. The madness I seen on their faces was completely gone. Also, gold doesn't bend like that, and
Are
also
they really
beads
going to
don't
be
stay
all
up
right?
like that.
Yes. The analysis I did on the vials confirmed that the duplicate was real Accelavir. The original was genuine too, of course. Now
We
that
should
they've
have
been
duplicated
treated,
it again. Just
It's only a
to be
matter of
safe.
time before the virus is eliminated.
I believe so, yes.
Oh man,
Leave
what a
her key
relief.
card and get on with it.
I was really worried.
Clover grinned. Let's vote. Agreed. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling
Are we starting
closes.
this time? I can't remember.
All right, everybody. We can be relieved
we're
later.
Prepared?
Right now we need to get to the AB rooms and fast.
Damn. Don't even have time to catch our breath.
Come on, let's go. The floor A warehouse is waiting. I've forgotten who's paired up with who. raining. It sounds very rainy.
Oh, he stayed back in the infirmary.
Where's Tamioji? Ah, there we go. What?
Why?
Well, when we were all heading out, I noticed he wasn't doing anything. So I asked him if he was coming with us. And this is what I got.
I'm still worried about Quark and Alice. I think I'll stick around and make sure they're okay.
I see. That means that Phi's only opponent will be Dio.
One-on-one, huh?
Ugh.
Well, there's no
That's
need
cool.
for Dio to betray.
Nothing to worry about. I plan to choose
he
Ally.
can't-
You know why?
Because I've only got one BP.
Exactly. If you chose Ally and I betrayed you, your BP would drop below 0 and... Well, we know what
He
happens
can't get
then.
out in
I wanna
in
win,
this
but
round
I'm not
anyway.
that desperate. You see what I'm saying, right?
So he kind of has to go for Ally, but I think Phi would betray him.
Tenmyoji and Dio are a pair. Tenmyoji only had one BP
No, she
left.
can't. They both have
Since
to ally.
Dio said he's going to pick
That's
Ally.
clever.
Phi can't really pick anything else. If she does, Tenmyoji will...
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kay
Either
and
they
I are
both
going to be
betray or they
going
both
one-on-one
ally.
too, right? Since Quark's still sleeping.
That is correct.
How many BP do you guys have?
I've got 6.
As do I.
They're both going to end up betraying, I think. This will be a tough one.
If one of them can get the other to ally, and then betray that person, the betrayer will have 9 points.
Someone's doing something. This is a standard ending, I think.
Look, Kay, I know you don't really have any reason to trust me, but
I know. You would like us both to vote Ally, yes?
yeah.
I agree. If we were to both betray, then we would gain no points. We would lose nothing either, but that's hardly relevant. If both of us cooperate, then we will both gain 2 points, which is much more beneficial.
Right. Okay, good. You're really gonna do it, right?
Yes,
Promise?
promise.
She's going to betray him.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game
Well,
polling
Luna and I are going to
closes.
have ally against Alice, because Alice really has no choice.
Shit, this is bad. We need to move, now.
Indeed. Shall we?
DOK, Phi, and Clover all took off immediately, heading into different AB rooms. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, Kay went into 4, Phi and Clover went into rooms 5 and 6. We're going to go in 1, because we always do that. That left Luna and myself. We always go in 1. What do you think about taking the one on the far left?
Sounds good.
With that settled, we headed into AB room number 1. I really love this game. I just want to play forever. I will have to stop after this ending because I have to eat. But I really just want to keep on playing. I really love this game so much.
"30 seconds remain until Ambidex
You
game
suck at napping.
polling
Oh
closes.
no! Well, we're nearly at an ending. We're going to pick ally, so it's going to end by the looks of it here. Because someone's going to betray someone and someone's going to end up with 9 points. Or end up dead. I'm guessing Kay or Clover. 1 AM. No, I will die of hunger if I don't eat soon. No, I'm not going to die of hunger, but you know.
It's probably a little late to say this, but you know Alice is still in the infirmary. So...
All that. Good. He's saying we should pick ally, right? Okay, well, we'll see what happens, but I'm probably finishing really soon. Since Alice is going to default to
Yes.
I know. It's not really fair to betray someone who isn't voting. Though we do have an option to do that. Yeah, I remember that, Dan. It's like just one more level, just one more chapter, just one more story bit. I have a t-shirt for that. Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. And I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nunnery game didn't seem so scary. Oh. Yeah, just one more entire game. No. I have to work. I have to work tomorrow. There are physically not enough hours to finish this. There's another 24 needed, and I have to work. So.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ally. This is our last pure ally that we can do. That's
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
I don't think Alice even has a key card,
displayed in
so she
the
has no
warehouse.
chance. You're old enough to remember when the stream wasn't happening. You mean like 6.5 hours ago?
Ambidex gates now opening.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. Alright, let's go have a look at the results.
Okay.
Ally, betray, 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 ally, ally.
Of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
No way fight allies.
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
No way fight allies. Not against Dio. What are we doing? Betray, betray. Ah, there we go. Oh, betray, betray. There we go. Ally. Betray? What the f... Sorry, I didn't mean to swear quite that badly, but...
Or subtracted accordingly.
So I expected Quark and Decay and Clover would just betray because they trusted the thing. It is, but I don't like just randomly swearing. I have a niece that I have to, you know. I know he does. It's not the point. The point is that was involuntary. Dio and Phi, yeah, I mean, honestly, with 1 point on either side, what could they do but betray? But when the afflicted Alice get a card and also vote and also betray us and kill us, we are now dead and Alice is about to escape.
Please check your bracelet.
Okay, if I do it automatically, I'm going to do it in front of my 3-year-old niece at some point, and that would be bad. So. We have -1. Who dragged Alice into the booth? I mean, how? What? How? It wasn't possible! I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No, that's not possible. How can Alice's vote be betray? It was a question I would never know the answer to, because I'm about to die. This is definitely an ending. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anaesthetic Sopril, and then 5 minutes later, the tubercurin. I blinked and my vision started to blur. Oh good, we get warehouse. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. Is this the one where she goes through the door and we try and stop her? My legs began to wobble and gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Oh no! Sigma! Get up!
Why would you do that,
Sigma!
Alice? Seriously!
Sigma!
No. Why?
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. I didn't even think we'd given her a key card, but hey. I would have gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet there she stood, an apparition that couldn't possibly be real. But she was cured. Alice. The world was gradually going black, and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. Someone else asked them for me. How? Why? What was she doing there? Why the fuck did she just kill me? Did she run in at the last moment after Luna and I had entered our room? But even if she had, choose betray. Then the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. Oh no, we don't get to do anything in this one. We don't know why or anything. We just die. The end. That's it. Game over. The end. End of stream. I knew there was going to be a game over, but yeah. Alice betrayal? At least in the other option to this. So we're just going to save over that one. Not even halfway through yet, by the way. Bad end. Yeah, but she just got cured. We literally saved her life. I mean, at least on the other side, we get to ask her, you know, why, but, you know. Yeah, no, we cured her. This is lock 4. We already had the information, so we unlocked it automatically. So that is the last pure ally route. So next Sunday, that's when you're sucked at napping. Exactly, it was indeed. Next Sunday, we are going to do something different. We're going to have to pick a betray. We're going to have to pick a betray. And see if we can get any information. So, yeah. Where do we go back to? I mean, I feel like we should go back to here. And I'll put it here anyway.
We don't have time to talk about this.
It doesn't matter. We're just going to save it in here. I'm going to hit quit. Okay. So, that is that particular stream. Going to have to log which choices I made. That was quite long. That went way longer than I expected. But you know, these things happen when the game is really freaking good. Thank you everyone who's been here today. Thank you to Dan for the resub. Thank you to Dopey and Nopals for the raids. Sorry, no more stream today. I will be back on Tuesday at 8 with co-stream with Jessie. I think we're going to be doing Lumot. And on Thursday is my 2-year Twitch streaming anniversary. So we're going to be doing The Quarry at 8. Scare the pants off myself. And then we'll see how the rest of the week goes. Though I was thinking, yeah, we'll have to see how the rest of the week goes because this new competition starts on Tuesday. So we will see if there's anything that is going to come up with then. I'm only going to do the opening bit. And you know, so I don't know how it won't be like spoiler, but yeah. So I've been streaming for 5 years, but 2 years on Twitch, and Thursday is 2 years on Twitch, and then like sometime at the very beginning of July is my 2-year affiliate anniversary. But yeah, I thought I'd celebrate my 2 years on Twitch. Hey, Maliball, you missed all the spoilers. I only know how long I've been streaming for because I've saved all the videos. Well, most of them anyway. So yeah. I saved all my VODs. They're on YouTube, so I have them forever. But yes, thank you so much. So much to everyone for being here. It's been an awesome stream. It has been 6.5 hours. I did not expect it to be so long, but I'm really glad today. But yeah. I'm really glad that today happened. So, I think probably send everyone over to Jesse because he's possibly going to be playing Daddish later, but he's playing a Link to the Past cross keys async something or other right now, and there's no one else on that's streaming anything anyway. So Daddish 3, and yeah, I'm going to get food. So we're gonna go and raid Jesse, and then I'm going to go food. So grab your raid message, say hi to Jessie, and I will be around later. But yes, love you all. Thank you so much for being here today, and have a great rest of your weekend, next week, whatever time period you're in. Goodbye. Oh yeah, I've been Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK. I bid you good night.